Okay, now welcome to our webinar, the National Parliamentary Workshop of EUFORES, in cooperation with Patti Labate, member of the Italian Senate, and a very good friend, and we're very happy to be here. This is a workshop of EUFORES within a huge project together with the European Commission, with DG Energy and Horizon 2020, the research program, to go out to all national parliaments and to promote renewable energy directive and the energy efficiency policies in order to understand what is going on the European level, what is happening on the national level. So it's kind of a mutual way to understand what's going on. And today we will discuss in a very clear manner about the Green Deal, the big discussion in Brussels, and the national energy and climate plans in Italy. But before I go into this, let me explain briefly who we are. I'm Jan Geiss. I'm the Secretary General of EUFORES. EUFORES is the European Forum for Renewable Energy Sources, and it's the network of members of Parliament in the European Parliament and the EU 27 national parliaments to promote renewable energy and energy efficiency. So whenever there's policies coming from Brussels, like the Renewables Directive, Labeling Directive, Energy Performance in Buildings Directive, it's our members of Parliament here in Brussels who are sitting on the table and developing it. Okay, again, I would like to thank Patti Labate, who will now open the session together with me and to discuss a little bit more what we discussed today. But before we do it, I would also like to thank all the speakers. We have more than 20 speakers during the day in several sessions until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. So you will see quite a lot of changes here on the virtual screen, on the virtual panel. And just to let you know, you can jump in and out anytime. I mean, you're all high-level experts, both on the panel as well as among the attendees. And for sure, you have other things to do in parallel as well. But it's important that you know that you can come in anytime again. So it's not closed then. Then another thing, I mean, we do that for many years already now. We're traveling Europe and we have organized workshops in all parliaments of the EU member states. But thanks to coronavirus situation, this today is the very, very first one that we do as an online conference, as a Zoom webinar. And please, this is a big test for us as well. It's a very complex thing, several sessions, many speakers.
Arduo per noi, una cosa molto complessa con tanti relatori online.
Whatever happens, if something crashes or so, please forgive us. We're just with a very steep learning curve here at the moment. Well, as you all know, we have the Corona situation, and also all my emotions and my heart go to Italy for the very tough situation that you have. We have learned a lot from you in order to avoid it also in other countries. I myself, I'm German, but I live in Brussels, so we're also not really allowed to go out. But it's a very tough situation that we all have to face, and but we'll go through this. But what we should not forget, despite Corona, the climate emergency is not waiting because of Corona. There is no rescheduling of climate emergency. So what we do today is part of also another huge international crisis. And as you see already now, we already have the hottest April ever, I think. And we have already water problems even in Belgium. So I think this shows already that it's coming closer and closer. So the idea of today is really to see where Italy stands, where the Italian policies are, how Italy could give some good examples, how to move faster, how to be more ambitious, and also how to come together in this big new Green Deal. And we just had a few months ago a member of Parliament breakfast with Franz Timmermans discussing the Green Deal. And you can imagine they're really behind this. They really want to make this a big thing. But Corona is at the moment putting everything a little bit under question mark. So I'm happy also to hear later from European Commission where they are with this. And but that's a big challenge for today. Okay, more technical. We have this webinar from 9 to 4 in the afternoon. There are sessions, there are speakers and presentations. There are PowerPoints to be shown. Again, there's live interpretation, and there are even panel debates. So we try to handle this in a way that it's easy to understand. But whenever there's an issue, please send an email to my colleague, Rachel Hajar. You see her even here without video among our panelists, because she is co-hosting the event and she's trying to assist you also technically in case something is going wrong. There's also Trilona Stiefny. So Trilona, Rachel, and I, we are the full EUFORES team in Brussels, so we are here at your service anytime. Another last question for those attendees who might not see the interpretation functionality. Please then update your app on your computer or your phone or your tablet, because I think this functionality is there only for a few months and not everybody might have updated already. So again, there should be this button saying interpretation. There you choose the language in which you want to speak, also as attendees later on, or in which you want to hear interpretation. Okay, is there something else? Yeah, last thing, the whole webinar will be recorded. I mean, for the first reason, of course, for internal feedback to learn from it, but we might also publish it later on because there were so many requests to have kind of a video recording for it, because for sure the discussions that we have today will be crucial and super interesting for many people, both in Italy as well as all over Europe. And also to let you know, that's why also the list of attendees is not in the thousands. This is a closed parliamentary workshop. So it's really upon invitation only. It's selected guests. It's in the first place for the members of parliament. And, but of course, we always try to have a snapshot of the national community, from science, from industry, from NGOs, in the room, let's say. That's what we usually do in order to get some good discussion going on. And also the attendees who are at the moment, we're almost 40 now, who are at the moment in listen-only mode, they will have the chance later on when we have the question and answer parts to raise hands. There's literally a button where you can say that you can push and then you raise your hand, and I will see that in the attendee list. And when the question and answer time comes, I will ask you to raise your hand, and then we will try to get several questions, and I hope we can cover all, if it's not too many, of course. Okay, now I hope everything is clear, more or less. Technically, I hope everybody is on board and has no technical issues. We will bring in our speakers of the session, which is live, always when it's the time to come. But now I would like to give the floor to our friend Patti Labate, who has organized all of this together with us. I mean, first of all, we wanted to be with you in Rome and also try your excellent coffee, as I heard already in Parliament and in the Senate. But now we meet for this time virtually on the internet. And now I hand over the floor to Patti Labate. Patti will speak in Italian. Patti has the Italian channel open. So those who need interpretation into English, please push the button on interpretation where it says then English with the United States flag. So I think I've said everything so far. I hope I didn't forget anything important. I would now give the floor to Patti Labate, and I will make you the spotlight. And now, Patti, this is your floor, please.
Grazie, Jane.
Well, thank you, Jan. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, good morning and welcome to you all. On behalf of the Senate of the Italian Republic, I extend my greetings on behalf of President-elect. This meeting is part of a project on surveillance on energy efficiency. This project has been initiated by the organizers, whom I thank, you for, as you've just heard Jan Geiss, the General Secretary, and the European Platform for Renewable Energy. So this project creates a link between all the member states of the European Union in order to get a better understanding of the mutual advantages of energy efficiency. Thanks to Green Deal, energy efficiency was acknowledged as a crucial element in the political agenda of the EU, and members of parliament, especially in the environment committee I'm a member of, know very well that the shift towards a low carbon economy, to renewables and the ecological environment-oriented innovation are crucial elements and are paramount for climate changes. Over and beyond 2030 and with a perspective to 2050. But that is not all. Energy must be accessible and affordable. And I thank very much all the speakers, Vice Minister Stefano Buffagni, for accepting this invitation, notwithstanding the emergency and all the related commitments he must have. And our colleagues from the Chamber of Parliament, the Senate, the experts of the European Commission, the Ministry of Environment and Economic Development, and all the representatives of research centers here in Italy. They are of the essence for technological innovation. I'm very happy to be with you, although virtually, and actually I'm not going to be able to offer you or to invite you for a coffee. So let's talk about the European and Italian Green Deal. I think the Green Deal should be the very core to restart or to resume economic activities, especially after COVID-19. Some days ago, 10 Ministers for Environment of the EU, including Minister Costa, wrote that the European Union should be a bridge between the fight against COVID-19 and biodiversity. This Green Deal is a development strategy enabling us to boost the green transition and create new jobs. And that is the very reason why ministers have invited everybody to pursue by all means the zero emission target by 2015. And I'd like to add to bring forward all the sustainable development objective in the 2020 agenda. I think the last COP25 also indicated that this is the right direction with commitments and pledges made by many member states. Some others actually have problems in committing themselves, but what we're going through clearly shows that we have to initiate.
Rimandata, quindi non sarà più tenuta quest'anno.
COP26 has been postponed, maybe to next year, and we very much hope it is going to be a turning point. So nowadays, on the verge of the failure of international economy, we can choose between an obsolete development model based on fossil fuels or shifting towards a circular economy using renewable sources that may be boosting or basing its recovery on self-production. I mean, the crisis is due to microeconomic factors and also technical factors. The market failed us. Prices have become negative, and of course, this common assure is due to coronavirus, reducing demand drastically. Extraction cannot be stopped. OPEC has tried to slacken production down, and I mean oil production. There are problems with oil storage. What does it mean? Well, it amounts to saying that we are wasting natural resources. Oil is a non-renewable resource, so there's something that really doesn't work. The shift towards renewables is more important now than ever. We know that we can store renewable sources, and storage is paramount to our project, is a kind of a market that can be developed, and I will dwell upon it in a minute. We can actually prevent creating waste situations, where we're boosting an economic model that never took into account the possibility of emergencies like this to happen. So I'd like to wind up this introduction. I'd like to thank you very much again, and I'd like to give the floor back to Jan.
So thanks a lot, Patty. I fully share what you say, and it's the perfect setting for the sessions that we have ahead now. And I would like to switch now to the session number 2, which is setting the ambition for renewables and energy efficiency for Italy. And you will see today we have basically 2 big blocks. In the morning, we have the renewable energy sessions, which are under the so-called Renewables Networking Platform project. It's a 4-year project together with DG Energy to promote the renewable energy. And again, we are going to all national parliaments to explain what the Renewables Directive has in the package, where renewables should go, and the clean energy package. And in the afternoon, we have the energy efficiency session. So that's for us, for EUFORES, the sisters and brothers, the 2 sides of the same coin, which are the core solutions against climate change and most of our, or many of our global problems and local problems that we have. So this session intends to discuss the renewable energy situation, and also the energy, sorry, I have to say, this is of course still the horizontal panel. Session 2 is the horizontal panel, which is opening the 2 technical sides of the coin, as I said. So I'm very happy now to open the debate, and I hope that all speakers will now slowly pop up. I will present them briefly. I will present them briefly. It's not so easy to share a screen so fast. You see, I need more training. Here you go. So here, session, here we go. So before we start the speeches, I would just like to introduce Giulio Volpi. He's policy officer at DG Energy in the Renewables and CCS unit. So Giulio, good morning. You are in Brussels, I would assume, here, not far from me. Are you? And then also Stefano Buffani. He's Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Economic Development in Italy. Professor Alessandro Zagarella, he's Deputy Head of Cabinet and of the Unit of the European Union Affairs in the Ministry for Environment. And Giovanni Perella, he's Senior Energy Advisor and Director General for Electricity Markets, Renewables and Efficiency in the Ministry of Economic Development. So we are very happy to have this high-level, distinguished opening panel to introduce the situation on the European level on renewables and efficiency and on the Italian level. So very happy, and I would say that we start now with Giulio Volpi, again, Policy Officer in DG Energy. and a long-standing friend and expert here in Brussels. So I'm very happy to have you with us, Giulio, and I give you the floor now, and Rachel will bring in the PowerPoint in parallel, so it should work. Giulio, you're on now. We can see you.
Speaker view for Giulio.
Yes, it is. Giulio is in the spotlight.
Buongiorno a tutti, ringrazio
Good morning, everybody. I really would like to extend my gratitude to the Senate of the Italian Republic and to EUFORES and all the attendees for giving me this opportunity and their attention. In the next few minutes, I'd like to introduce you with the EU Green Deal program. It's a plan to boost growth from a green perspective in Europe, of course. Well, in this dire times of coronavirus, we absolutely need to have a green development perspective. Now, all our energies are focused on fighting the pandemics, but there are other challenges that never stopped. And as it was confirmed by the Vice President of the European Commission, Timmermans, and that echoed on Italian media, the strategy to exit this downturn will confirm the goals of the 2020 agenda. And I'd like to show you the 6 objectives related to the huge project of the creation of a common European market. And in order to tap the potential of globalization. The 8 pillars of the Green Deal are all equally important. I'd like to focus on the objectives of greenhouse gases reduction objectives. Right. I'm sorry, I didn't realize, says the speaker, that I was going on, but you couldn't see the slides. I'd like to ask you to go further. Okay. So the Green Deal is one of the priorities of the European Commission. There are 8 pillars within the Green Deal. The time constraints, I will limit myself to GHG reductions and energy sectors measures and provisions. Next slide, please. Next, please. No, the previous one, sorry. Okay. Well, you can see clearly here what is the reduction perspective for attaining climate neutrality and total decarbonization by 2050. All the sectors must be involved. We have to reach a negative emission level, and otherwise emissions will not be reduced to 0. I mean, it's a very challenging situation, and it cuts across all the different sectors of economy. Next slide, please. What you see here is a list of measures encompassed by the Green Deal. It is a roadmap from the legislation point of view. March 2020 project for climate law enshrining the 2050 climate neutrality objective in order to reach climate neutrality was presented. We are intensely working at the preparation of an impact assessment and the climate plan, and to increase the use climate target for 2030 to at least 50%, and this review will be published after the summer break, and there will be most probably a revision of the 2030 EU climate and energy legislation in order to bring it in line with the other policies. Next slide, please. Well, substantially, when we talk about reducing GHG means emissions and emission reductions. So the energy sector is definitely the very core of this transformation that started 15 years ago. We conceive it as a decentralized system based upon renewable energies. Next slide, please. And as a matter of fact, we have significantly increased the renewable sources sectors. Now the next target is decarbonization and energy efficiency. This particular slide shows you how the residential building sector is highly energy consuming. Next slide, please. So these are the very starting points that we're going to use in order to bring change in the energy sector. And the starting point again are the energy and climate change plans at national level that were sent to the Commission. We're reviewing these plans, and I have to say that there are a lot of steps ahead, and a lot of progress was made in the renewable on the renewable front. There's still a lot to do as far as energy efficiency is concerned. Now, the energy strategy paper released by the EU will be an important turning point. Will express how to tap renewables, how to accomplish a shift in the energy sector in an efficient and cost-effective way. And a very important initiative is the building renovation wave, aiming at least doubling the building sector renovation rate. And of course, it will be extremely important as it will create jobs. There are other initiatives which are part and parcel of the whole strategy, the offshore renewable energy strategy, and also a review of the energy infrastructure policy, which is a regulation that should see the light by the end of 2020. Next slide, please. But what you see here is an overview of the initiatives aimed at mobilizing funds and investment. And of course, public and private investments are necessary in order to accomplish the shift towards a different use of energy. There is a just transition mechanism that amounts to 100 billion euros, and that was designed to help regions and areas that experience difficulties in implementing this transition, and ministers are very busy discussing the way out of the crisis, but they are all aware that the way out of the crisis means relaunching and boosting economy, and that, of course, in turn means making funds available for all the sectors of our respective economies. I'd like to stop here. I try to give you a general overview of all the tools that we have started and will put in place in order to create a low carbon economy and to create new jobs, and of course to relaunch our respective economies. Thank you very much.
Okay, Giulio, thanks a lot. I would say I would have a look at the attendees now if there are already some straightforward questions. So if you as attendees who are in listen-only mode want to raise a question to Mr. Volpi right now, please push the button on your screen. And if there are some popping up, and priority will be given to members of parliament, but of course also other questions are welcome.
You have to raise your hand.
Yeah, you have to raise your hand by pushing the button on your screen. There should be a button, and then I should have hands popping up. So in the first round, let's wait a bit that everybody finds it. The panelists don't have that, so you don't have to look. Ah, okay. There's some coming in. So let's start. There's Benito Castorina. I will give you now the audio so that you can speak. I would like you to tell us who you are, from which organization you come, and then just a brief question, please. That would be nice. So Benito, you should unmute your microphone. It's still muted. Benito Castorina, we cannot hear you. Can you unmute your microphone?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now it works. Great.
Okay, thank you. So I'm talking in Italian. Sono Benito Castorina e coordino un panel di scienziati italiani con i quali abbiamo fatto un progetto per il
and I'm part of a panel of Italian
nel
scientists
nostro progetto prevediamo di
inaugurated a new project. Our idea is to perform a reclamation of land, polluted land. We want to use biomass as a byproduct, and we would like to increase the spread of hydrogen so that we can decrease the emissions of CO2. As part of our panel, there's a scientist who has been trying to develop a method to use methane. And our project can be considered as a stepping stone for the next phase of the Green New Deal. Our project should be replicated in Italy, far and wide, and then in Europe in order to foster change. Other systems which are already in place can be helpful, but our objective is to reduce CO2, and we can only achieve this by reclamation, by way of reclamation of territories, and by using plants as a vehicle. Our project has already been brought to the attention of the Ministry of the Environment and to the Environment Committee of the Italian Senate. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best for the rest of this. I hope you managed to hear what I said.
Very well. So Judy, if you'd like to answer quickly, that would be great.
All these projects are extremely interesting. There's one thing that I would like to point out: the role of sustainable energy means that energy can reduce CO2 emissions, and this goes hand in hand with biodiversity and with an overall strategy. We will be focusing on this aspect in the next few weeks. So all the technologies that are available have to be deployed and used sustainably, and we need to decarbonize all the sectors. And there are some sectors where it is more difficult to go for this decarbonization. And as a result of this, in some sectors, we will have to resort to carbon storage. Thank you.
Okay, since there are no further questions right now, I would like to move on. Since I just got a message that the Deputy Minister had to move out, but he will come in a few seconds or a few minutes. That's why I would like to ask Professor Alessandro Zagarelli. I hope, Alessandro, you're ready to jump in already now that I bring you on stage now, and you will present to us the necessary tools and legislative incentives for the Italian energy transition. So, Alessandro, we're very happy to have you with us. I'll make you now the spotlight. So the floor, I think it took the wrong one now. Yeah, it switched. Now, Alessandro, we see you.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation. Thank you for all the participants to be with us today. So I will have my 7-minute speech in Italian, so I will switch on the Spanish flag now. Sì, esatto. Grazie a tutti, grazie.
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank Senator Labate for inviting me. I would like to thank EUFORES and all the colleagues and all the participants that are taking part in today's event. I have 7 minutes to illustrate 3 items. First of all, how does the Italian strategy look like in terms of Green New Deal? Then I would like to shed some light on the first measures that were taken at the end of 2019. We inaugurated these measures together with the Ministry of Environment in Italy, along with other institutions in Italy, and we wanted to come up with a very well-structured strategy. And then my third item will be the future tools we are thinking about, and the new approach of the Ministry of the Environment in Italy. This is a strategic aspect we need to focus on. So to start with, as a colleague from the European Commission was already pointing out, the Minister for the Environment in Italy has been proactively taking part in the negotiations for the European Green Deal, and the European Green Deal was warmly welcomed by the Ministry of Environment in Italy. The ambition is now to transform our economies into climate neutral economies by 2050. This is a daunting challenge, of course, and according to our ministry, this should be considered as an incentive, basically, as fruitful thought for all future negotiations. Negotiations like the Conference of Parties will have to be postponed in most cases, unfortunately. But again, these negotiations will resume within the framework of the framework against climate change of the United Nations and as part of the 2030 agenda. Italy has already been investing a lot in this regard in order to develop a strategy for renewable energies, and this strategy is been constantly updated and bolstered with more and more challenging objectives year after year. Our objective as a government is to have a very well-structured project, a very well-structured plan that fits into the European Green New Deal. The colleague from the Commission was correctly reminding us of the just transition mechanism and of the funds for the just transition being one of the pillars of this mechanism. And we would like to play a very active role within this scenario. We will be very actively promoting the transition in Italy, although the financial means that will be made available in Italy are smaller vis-a-vis other countries. We could say that this is something positive, possibly because our companies, our industries are not so carbon dependent as it is the case in other European countries, but at the same time, we are dealing with some challenges in terms of negotiations, because we have to find a way to allocate resources when there are indeed critical situations, when we have industries in our country that are critical from a carbon emission point of view. And then, as the following speakers will certainly point out, we wanted to ensure consistency at local and regional level and the national level too. We have an integrated national plan for energy and climate, and local plans have to be fully consistent with this. Given now the new objectives that have been launched, then it may well be that this plan has to be rethought and repurposed. So we want to have economies that become more and more resilient to health outbreaks, sanitary outbreaks, and economic shocks. So we would like to make sure that economies are more resilient, more resistant to constant changes in terms of society, in terms of health, and these aspects are something international investors are constantly focusing on. So from our point of view, the main objective of the transition is to make sure that this transition is carried out by everybody, and so much so that we decided to launch a new department within the Ministry for the Environment to ensure this transition. This is one of the first strategies that was launched by the current government in Italy. At the end of 2019 then, the first legislative tools were introduced in order to foster this transition in Italy. So we had a new law on climate. This was a proposal that was tabled by our ministry, and then it went through the approval procedure in the Chamber of Deputies and in the Senate. And then we also had the budget law, where we, as a Ministry for the Environment, asked to have financial resources set aside ad hoc for the Green Deal and for the transition. 4.2 billion euros will be made available for the 4-year period, and we would like to create new synergies within the economy in order to support this transition and this process. If we go back to our budget law, the budget law went through the Parliament, and some incentives have been focused on through this procedure, and they have been classified in a different way. Last month, several institutions were involved: the Ministry for Transport, the Ministry for Economic Development, the Ministry for Finances, and the Ministry for Political Agriculture have been involved within the discussion. And so these subsidies, which are considered to be environmentally detrimental, and that are not considered to be environmental sustainable, will now be reclassified. So the idea is to make sure that we have a zero-sum game in the end. Basically, we would like to make sure that all the industries, all the sectors now embrace a more virtuous approach to environment protection. Now, people are more and more focusing on what we call the new economy world and the new finance world, so much so that our minister has recently decided to launch new working groups. These working groups are made up of academics as well as representatives of companies and the economic world, and the idea is to table new legislative proposals in order to make sure that environmental related taxes are now being reviewed, but the so-called bioeconomy can be inaugurated. We then have environmental certifications for companies in order to increase the visibility of companies for the final consumers or end customers. So the Made in Italy label has been promoted since 2016, and then sustainable finance. So we will be working hand in hand with banking institutions, credit institutions, in order to understand what tools could be made available to companies so that companies can tap into public incentives, and so that we can foster a transition towards a more sustainable scheme for newly founded companies and startups. So these are the main aspects we will be focusing on. These will be the main areas where our ministry and where our government will be working on. If I'm not mistaken, I have already overrun, so I have already finished my speaking time, and I would now like to give the floor, to open the floor for questions, if any. Thank you.
Yes, perfect, Alessandro. So we will look among the attendees. If you have any question to Alessandro Zagarella, please raise your hand, push the button on your screen. In the menu down there, you should have that functionality, or on your tablets or telephones. I'll wait 10 seconds to see if there's questions. It's not the case, so very good. You answered all questions, Alessandro. Ah, no, there's one. Haha, you see, found the button. Okay, I see Valeria Erba came with a question. So Valeria, I will now put your microphone on. So you please present yourself, who you are, where you come from, which organization, and please also choose the language in which you're speaking, either English or Italian. So I move you up now into the audio. Okay, you should be able. Oh, no, it's gone.
Hello, do you hear me?
Hello?
Hello. Hi. Please speak louder if you can.
Speak louder, please, yes.
I'm Valeria Erba. I'm the president of the Italian Association of Thermal and Acoustic Insulation, and I want to make a question to Zagarella, to Miss Zagarella, in Italian.
Yes, sure.
Dottor Zagarella, io mi occupo rappresento 94
I represent 34 companies producing thermal and acoustic insulation companies operating in the building sector. We've been cooperating with ministries for our activities. We are much focused on energy efficiency, and we have also been focusing on the minimum criteria for energy efficiency in the building sector. You just mentioned that some working groups have been launched and that the main focus will be environmental certifications. So we are talking about certifications for recycled materials. Is that the case? So my question, to rephrase it, are you going to focus on this aspect, on recycled materials related certifications in your working groups? And if so, how could we take part in these activities? And then after that, what is now happening as regards the review of certifications in the building sector? Thank you very much for asking these questions. I always welcome questions, otherwise one has the impression that the presentation was way too boring. So thank you, first of all. So as regards certifications, environmental certifications, our working group will be mainly focusing on the marketing management of companies. So we will be helping companies to have access to such environmental certifications by exploiting incentives, by making sure that they can develop virtuous environmental behaviors. So the idea is basically to make sure that their brands become world renowned, so that their potential on the market increases accordingly. The initial situation was kind of disaster, especially in the building sector when it comes to environmental certifications. In the automotive sector, for instance, certifications were very old. Some of them were more than 10 years old, and this was embarrassing for us. And again, even the public administration entities in Italy did something that was not particularly right in buying cars that could still be classified as Euro 4. So now we're going through a revision of all what we call the CAM aspects. So all these aspects, all these certifications will have to be approved. And I know that the General Direction of the Ministry for the Environment is now in talks with all the stakeholders in order to make sure that this environment certification requirements can be fulfilled by the majority of companies. Again, please feel free to get in touch with us after the first 90 days, so after the consolidation of the first standards, then we will open the consultation phase with stakeholders in general. So we would like to hear from all the stakeholders what ideas they have, because stakeholders are the ones that are at the forefront. They know the problems they face every day. So we would like to listen to them. We'd like to see what we can do.
Okay, thanks, Alessandro. I would now move quickly back to Stefano Buffagni, who had technical issues, but you're back on stage now, Stefano. Mr. Buffagni is Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Economic Development of Italy and will explain to us the impact of the clean energy package and the European Green Deal on Italy's energy transition. So, Stefano, welcome. Great to have you here again.
Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry about this, but we
in video conference, in conference call continuamente perché
going on simultaneously right now. So as you can easily imagine, it's not easy. So on the one hand, technology is helping us and it's also helping us to protect the environment. Pollution, at least in our country, has been going downhill, and in our region, in the area of Emilia-Romagna, in the region of Emilia-Romagna, pollution has been going downhill now because of the COVID-19 outbreak. So on one hand, we're worried because of the outbreak. At the same time, we welcome this sustainable development which we are witnessing and experiencing right now. And this is precisely in line with what our government would like to do and what the Commission would like to do, so to embrace more sustainable development. I think that this is a very important opportunity for us, for Europe as a whole, to develop a new way of embracing development. Our development has always been focused on carbon, on CO2 emissions, and now the Commission has changed tack and is going into the right direction. And Italy has always embraced a clear line in terms of nuclear energy, and I should like to remind you of this. Nuclear energy is one of the important topics in this field. So our country is looking forward in this regard, but this is not enough, as you would say in Brussels. But again, Italy is supporting the Green New Deal. The Green New Deal needs to be deployed and implemented by correctly using all the financial means made available for this year and for the years to come. So we believe this is an important challenge. We need to make sure that the economic sectors of our companies, bureaucracy, institutions, ministries, Europe, and the entire financial system have to be aligned. They have to speak the same language. So I would like to thank Mrs. Labate for convening this conference today, even if it's just an online conference, but it's very important for us to be here today. Companies have to be considered as one of the drivers of sustainable development right now. We can't really ignore this, and they can be considered again as a testing ground, as a keystone, in order to make sure that sustainable development really starts to play an important role. And we would like to play our part, to give our own contribution from a political point of view. In our country, we have already met some of the important objectives for 2020, and we would like to make sure that those who are the first ones to meet the new goals are then further supported and are not then frustrated by bureaucracy and by other aspects. So we would like to make sure that we support those who decided to embrace a sustainable development right now. So we really want to foster cooperation, and we really need to be aware that within the European Union, we need to cooperate. We don't want to see competition in this field. Europe has to have one and single objective, i.e. to improve the quality of life of our citizens. And we need to have a very sustainable objective. We all need to embrace. Our companies in Italy are considered as a benchmark in different countries worldwide. We have a very good relationship with China, and as you know, China has a few problems in this field, in the field of sustainable development. So we really want to have a transition curve that ensures sustainability. So we want to make sure that all the economic processes are structured in a very sustainable way. Theory is one thing, but then we need to make sure that all this works out in practice. We believe in Italy, we believe in this new path, and we have pointed out how important electric batteries are. As a country, we have been supporting the BCI project in this regard. We are supporting research activities in this field, in the field of electric batteries, and we are doing the same in the field of hydrogen. I think we needed to review our position in this field. We know that hydrogen should be considered as an opportunity. We do not have nuclear energy, nuclear power plants, so we had to develop gas power plants more than others. And as you know, it is fairly easy to derive hydrogen from gas power plants. And then we are also analyzing the positive effects of joint transport of gas and hydrogen, for instance. This is just to give you an idea of what we are already testing on the ground today. We also believe that it is of paramount importance to have Europe supporting us in two areas. On the one hand, to have support in the financial, when it comes to the financial incentives. So we are discussing about public debt, whether public debt should be shared among member states or not. Then I think it is worth pointing this out. Member states would then embrace investments in the right direction without having any negative effect on the gross domestic product and debt level ratio. So this can be considered as a flywheel, as a growth driver, if you wish. Many people operating in the environment sector don't usually like talking about this financial aspect, don't like talking about investments, but we do want to have sustainable investments that are environmentally integrated, that would foster the growth of the gross domestic product. So this would be a booster, basically, for economic growth. And then as part of a revision of our legislation, we would like to see a simplified scheme for incentives that are part of the European Green New Deal. And then we have foreseen a new fund for employment reconversion and in carbon industry reconversion. And in this regard, again, we are in touch with the European Commission to see what can be done. And then we have revised up our forecasts as regards the automotive sector. As you know, in the automotive sector, infrastructures still needed to be developed and deployed in Italy for recharging electric batteries in hybrid and plug-in cars. So in Italy, we have mountains, we have areas that are isolated and secluded. So we are in the process of developing the infrastructure, so basically the facilities that would enable hybrid cars, electric cars to be recharged. And then now that I would like to conclude by pointing out that we now have 3 different working groups at the Ministry of Economic Development, where we'd like to make sure that demand and supply meet when it comes to sustainable development. We needed to consider all the economic consequences of the current outbreak, and we want to make sure that the processes that we had already inaugurated can now be carried out even within this context, even now that we all had to change our lives because of COVID-19. Some companies are having difficulties, especially operating in the subcontracting sector because of the current situation. Thank you very much. And then I will be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Stefano Buffani. And we have already some raised hands, or one. There is Monica Frassoni. And Monica, you will let us know where you come from. I know it, but the others, I mean, everybody should know you anyways. Monica, we can hear you, I think. Please go ahead.
Yes. Buongiorno, mi sentite?
Yes, sì.
Ok, buongiorno a tutti, sono Monica Frassoni, sono la presidente della European Alliance to Save Energy, che è un'organizzazione che rappresenta una decina di multinazionali attive nel settore dell'efficienza energetica.
Please speak more slowly for the interpretation, please. Just a little bit more slowly. Thank you so much.
Okay, sorry. I always speak too fast. Dicevo, sono presidente della European Alliance to Save Energy, che è un'organizzazione che si occupa di promuovere l'efficienza energetica a partire da una decina di multinazionali, ONG e membri del Parlamento europeo. Molto rapidamente, c'è lei ha parlato di molti temi, forse quello dell'efficienza energetica non l'ha toccato, e volevo sottolineare il fatto che ci sono a oggi circa 500 milioni di euro non spesi dei fondi strutturali.
Monica, sorry, Monica,
Yes.
sorry. Could you please choose the Italian language channel, because like this, it's all mixed.
I did choose it.
You have Italian
L'ho
channel on?
scelto.
The Spanish.
The Spanish channel.
I
Okay.
chose it.
Okay, then continue, please. That's strange. Okay, continue then. Sorry.
Dicevo che ci sono circa 500 milioni di euro non spesi nei fondi strutturali dedicati all'efficienza energetica. Peraltro, sul tema del PNIEC, lei sa che una delle questioni che sono state più criticate di questo PNIEC è proprio la mancanza di ambizione sul tema dell'efficienza, e in conclusione volevo anche sottolineare che mi ha un po' preoccupato quello che lei ha detto sull'idrogeno, dato che come probabilmente sa, l'idrogeno avrà un ruolo probabilmente nel 2030-2040 e solo se utilizzato a partire da fonti rinnovabili, perché altrimenti mi sembra che ci sia un reale rischio che questo in realtà diventi un modo per diciamo così, permettere al gas di continuare ad esistere oltre un termine che sarebbe una creazione di un effetto di lock-in. Quindi le devo confessare che da questo punto di vista spero che anche il governo italiano vorrà essere molto prudente su questa idea dell'idrogeno come grande speranza, perché sembra che sia anche un modo per spostare risorse da dove invece dovrebbero stare, per esempio sull'efficienza energetica e le rinnovabili. Grazie. Spero di essere stata comprensibile.
From one sector to another, and maybe divert useful resources.
So thanks, Monica. There is still one more question. Probably take two questions, and then probably Stefano, you answer both of them, and that's it. Okay, we still also have another question from Benito Castorina. So Benito, please go ahead. We should hear you now, Benito.
Benissimo. Dunque, il progetto che abbiamo fatto per la riduzione della produzione di idrogeno dalla biomassa, quindi energia rinnovabile,
for
sono tutte
nitrogen
ricerche fatte
production from
dalle
biomass
università e brevetti
gushes
italiani e
from
scienziati italiani che
university
mettiamo a
research
disposizione. Quindi vorrei
within an
ascoltato
Italian
questo,
setting.
vorrei
And
un maggiore coinvolgimento dell'università
I really
che
would
rappresenta
like
tutti i piccoli
universities
laboratori e
and
tecnici
university
italiani che già sono
institutes,
quotati dallo
university
Stato e che sono delle
laboratories to be
eccellenze
more
mondiali,
involved, as we
internazionali.
do
Quindi
represent
chiederei un
Italian
maggiore coinvolgimento
excellence
delle
in the
università e dei
world.
centri di ricerca italiani
So
in questa
I
cosa.
really
Io
would like
rappresento un panel di
universities to
scienziati
be
nel nostro
more
progetto che abbiamo
involved. I
presentato
represent
e
a panel
ringrazio
of
lo Stato
scientists,
italiano che lo sta
and I
attenzionando,
have
però
to
vorrei un
thank
maggiore
the Italian
coinvolgimento dell'università.
government
Grazie.
for supporting us. So I really would like universities to be put in
Okay,
the loop more actively. Thank you.
perfect. Interpretation over. Stefano, up to you now.
Well, thank you. Greater involvement of universities and university institutes. As a matter of fact, I do believe that whatever we do is very much in line with the university's approach. We can probe all the attitudes within the country, and we are actually trying to harmonize efficiency approaches, reduction approaches, environmental approaches, and as I said, this change is about everybody. We don't want to be sort of excluding anybody. We are fully aware of the complexity that managing extended strategies in place. As far as Mrs. Frassoni and the 500 million euros that went untapped, well, I will sort of delve into the situation and verify what the situation is. And as far as energy efficiency is concerned, I very much believe that Italy has done a lot. We've played in anticipation. If there's a possibility to raise the bar, I'm fully ready to take the challenge, provided that the whole process is sustainable. And within the transition, we wouldn't like the increase to reach too fast a peak. We would like to have the whole chain to adjust progressively to this shift. Otherwise, the theoretical benefit would be in a way ignored by the casualties in the process. And when we have experienced that in other sectors, in other situations, whenever we wanted to boost change, we had to deal with the problem of boosting change in a sustainable way. Now, as far as energy efficiency is concerned, and aid, we have set up the Fraccaro regulation precisely because we wanted to focus on energy efficiency, and we aim at increasing tax benefits on this side. So the thresholds, the present thresholds are very high, but somebody is suggesting to raise incentives atop of 100%. So a very sort of encouraging incentive. Now you see that the net billing has recently included the energy efficiency related costs, and that has caused an increase in the build. And that's very much one of the focus of the present government, because we really want to avoid the situation whereby the costs are actually having an impact on the weakest layers of the population. As far as nitrogen is concerned, I mean, I really don't want to go too much into depth about a technical matter, how nitrogen could be used for this and that. I am just explaining that we're using a PCI to try and understand how to design nitrogen production from renewable sources in order to tap all the possibilities via the use of Italian technologies. There are technologies available, and let's not forget that raw materials should not only be produced or moved around. You have to have a whole perfectly functioning chain all over the country, across the country, and we would be wasting all the incentives and the resources that we used. I only mentioned batteries and nitrogen, but there are other fields of research. Our companies, our Italian companies, are working with other general contractors, and we have national champions in the field of batteries and nitrogen, but we're very active in other fields.
Okay, thanks a
Sorry,
lot,
I was a
Stefano.
bit long-winded.
No, interpretation is excellent. Thanks, Luisa. Also, again, Stefano Buffani, thanks a lot. I would now be moving quickly to Giovanni Perella, Senior Advisor and Director General for Electricity Market, Renewables and Energy Efficiency in the Ministry of Economic Development of Italy. And you will present to us the energy transition and the Italian renewable energy sector, the role and perspective. So it's now your place, Giovanni. We hear you, I think. Yes. Go ahead, please. Can you share your PowerPoint? You will be speaking in Italian, so all participants and attendees, please switch to English if needed for those in Brussels. And Giovanni will be sharing your PowerPoint yourself. You have a PowerPoint, right?
Ok.
Perfetto, grazie.
Grazie a tutti, innanzitutto grazie dell'invito.
È molto basso.
Ringrazio il senatore Labate e EUFORES per l'invito a partecipare a questo evento.
Mr. Perella, could you please just speak a little louder?
Sì, mi sentite?
A little more.
Sì, allora
Sì.
inizio la mia presentazione, il mio intervento da dove ha lasciato un po' il vice ministro Buffani, che ha fatto un po' un quadro più strategico dell'approccio nazionale verso le fonti rinnovabili, verso la decarbonizzazione. Io parto proprio da questa tabella che vi mostro nel grafico.
Really would like to take this table on the screen as a starting point. These data date back to 2018, the most recent data available. And it actually depicts the trajectory that we have traced within our national plan. Our national plan was very much appreciated in Europe especially. Our colleagues acknowledged its merits, homogeneity, stability, and credibility. Credibility is paramount. In the course of different preparatory meetings in Brussels, is that some countries had much higher ambitions, but these very same countries were the ones that were lagging behind vis-a-vis the goals that are set. So there's a sort of huge gap between ambitions and state of the play. We have defined rather realistic goals. So this 30%, the implication of renewables in terms of value can be revised, but it's a credible objective. And it's an important goal to reach. It amounts to making, as a country, huge efforts. And then, of course, there are other targets for different sectors, like transport. And there's also an European target. And the transformation within the transport system should imply a doubling of the use of renewables in the sector. I really would like to touch upon some of the main problems to be tackled with. We drew our plan. We are working at it. We are setting up a number of provisions to strengthen the plan and implement the plan. But there are some crucial aspects having to do with the consistency of policies both at national and European levels. Inevitably, some policies need coordination. For instance, the use of biomass, that's an Italian issue. We should increase the use of biomasses in order to use up more renewable sources. But at the same time, especially in the north of Italy, the use of biomasses implies a worsening of the quality of the air. And that has, in a way, taught us to be cautious in promoting a given technology and instead trying to regulate the use of biomasses. And then there's the problem of landscape protection. That is a problem when it comes to boosting the use of renewables. There are many renewable sources development projects from wind farms to power concentration implies a problem in terms of protection, or rather lack of protection of the landscape. So you see that there are problems that merit consideration on its own, with their own specificities, and maybe the provisions that we have devised so far are not exhaustive enough and nor comprehensive enough to encompass all the different implications. of our policies when they're put in place. So I think that we should set up sort of an observatory, a table gathering ministries, municipalities, associations, research centers. We should give ourselves a place to get together, to exchange opinions, and to sort of set up the pathway to really tangibly implement our plans. It is crucial for us to try and identify the most appropriate areas to create renewable sources, power production plants, and be ready to put up sort of accelerated procedures. And Minister Buffagni was absolutely right in saying that bills and citizens, especially the poorest one or small enterprises, shouldn't be the ones that bear the burden of this development project, or not completely. So what have we implemented so far? The ministerial decree RES 1 that was issued in 2019 is the very first cost-effective measure to develop renewable energy sources. Is photovoltaic, onshore wind, hydro, sewage treatment, and residual gas. It is basically very an anticipation of what is contained in the directive has already been included in the government decree, which has an Italian name called Mille Proroghe, is a decree that brings adjustments to the previous budget law, and it gathers additional measures to promote and develop the market and the sector of renewable energies. Well, as far as what lays ahead, I mean, we are currently working at a further ministerial decree, RES 2, that should include additional measures devoted to other innovative technologies that are maybe more expensive to be deployed immediately. And likewise, RES 1, we will be devising a system of competitive tenders or procedures for plants with a given capacity, which is 1 megawatt. And we're also working at the transposition of the directive. That is very challenging, and we are working at full speed to this transposition. The need to promote self-consumption and self-consumption and local production services, so an active network of both small producers and consumers or self-consumers, the so-called prosumers and consumers. So the need is there to take into account the impact of the deployment of the different technologies. And as Minister Bufagni just said, accumulation, energy accumulation, or power rather accumulation systems are extremely relevant if we want to feed the grid and to develop renewable sources at the same time. As far as heating and cooling and the implication of renewables in this sector, we're working at improving the integration of renewable sources in new buildings or buildings undergoing major renovations, and we are exploring the possibility to grant an extension of this requirement to existing buildings. And we think that retrofitting could have an impact as far as climate is concerned. But of course, we keep fostering power plants with higher, not only environmental quality, but also efficiency standards.
Giovanni, could you come to a close soon, please? Probably in a minute, if possible. Okay, thanks.
Okay. Let's get to transportation then directly. The minister touched upon the actual possibility to renew our efforts on the penetration of electric vectors and vehicles and to bring change in the transport sector. We have to promote bio-natural gas, advanced technologies, and we have to promote the use of extensive use of electric vehicles and the use of biomethane or natural gas, not only in transport, but also in the industrial and energy sectors. As far as hydrogen is concerned, again, I have to echo what Vice Minister Bufagni said. We are definitely working at a program of hydrogen or use of hydrogen in a renewable setting. The railway, sea transport, and to match it with the use of natural gas or methane. And of course, there's renewable hydrogen, which is a whole sector we are working on. So we're actively working in order to reach our goals, and we are making an extra effort. And that is why I'm confident that we'll be able to ease decarbonization even in the gas sector and to make a strong contribution to the development of economy. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Giovanni. I would say we are very late now. I will take one question. There's Monica Frassoni again. So Monica, please be very brief in one question to Giovanni because we have to really speed up.
And please choose the English or Spanish channel.
Yeah, exactly. Please, you have to choose the Spanish channel. Please verify, because if not, it's very...
It's the logo, the little flag down on the right.
You see the Spanish flag?
What
okay,
I've just done.
Okay.
Yes, I've just pushed on the Spanish flag.
Now it works.
Mr. Perrella, will the national plan, the PNIEC, so-called PNIEC, is not really compliant with the European goals in terms of renewables, nor to the Paris Agreement. And since there's very much debate about increasing the reduction targets from 40 to 50% at a European level, what do you think we should do? What is the good direction we should take in order to boost this program, which is probably much better than its predecessors, but is really not in line with the Paris Agreement and nor with the 55% that the European Union is about to set as a goal, as a reduction goal, rather? Well, I'd like to say that this rush is really a difficulty for us. The plan, as a matter of fact, the National Integrated Plan for Energy and Climate that we are going to call PNIEC from now on, was set up in order to reach the goals suggested by the EU and is still fully compliant with the requests coming from the EU. As to what you just said related to the increase of these objectives, well, first, you are absolutely right in saying that there is not a final decision, at least not yet. And as soon as will be given a different, a new obligation, Italy will just show that we're ready and we're perfectly capable of reaching targets. Much opposite to others, which boast about their abilities, but have not gone as far as we've gone in terms of renewables. I really don't agree when people say that we are not in line with the European goals.
Okay, so thanks a lot. I would say we close now this session. I would like to thank everyone, the panelists, for great and very to the point contributions. We will now switch over to the next panel. And I would like to invite my colleagues to bring all the next panelists on board. The next panel is about the topic towards a renewable energy system and energy markets. And we would like to discuss here a little bit more what are the trends in new energy systems and the energy markets in Italy, and also what are some good practice examples. And as you see, we are moving now here really into the sector of the renewables, and the efficiency side will continue in the afternoon. So we go from the horizontal holistic perspective now to the renewable side. And I'm very happy to present to you now first the panelists. Let me share my PowerPoint with you. So here we have as the first speaker, Gian Piero Celata, head of the Energy Technologies Department of Enea. Then Simone Togni, president of Italian Wind Energy Association. Giacomo Donini, head of strategies, development and dispatching at Terna. And Simone Mori, chairman and head of Europe and Euro-Mediterranean Affairs of Elettricità Futura. So I'm very happy to have all of you here on board. It's an excellent panel and to see some very good old friends again. And I would like to give now the floor, take off my panel. I would like to give the floor to Gian Piero Celata. Gian Piero, you will be speaking in English with PowerPoint. I will give you now the spotlight. You're on spotlight. And you just need to share your PowerPoint and make sure that you have the English flag chosen for your speech. And there you go.
Per l'invito e per l'opportunità che è stata data ad Enea, che è uno dei maggiori enti pubblici di ricerca in settore energetico in Italia, di presentare come porta avanti la ricerca per la transizione energetica, ovvero quel processo di cambiamento nelle modalità di produzione e di utilizzo dell'energia, inclusa l'efficienza energetica ovviamente, che con l'aggiunta dell'accesso universale all'energia stessa, della circolarità del processo.
That was made indispensable with the transition towards a circular economy. Now, the name of this transition is Green Deal and can actually be boosting mitigation of climate changes and the use of renewable forces and related technologies, accumulation and grid management calls for continuous efforts for the development of technologies and innovative systems in order to boost environmental sustainability, which is our target, with economic sustainability. I think that the National Integrated Plan for Energy and Climate, the PNIEC, has already been mentioned. It is based upon decarbonization of the economy, safe energy, accessible to all, energy efficiency, integrated energy market, research, competitiveness, and innovation. I mean, is about enough. And Italy, through the Ministry for Economic Development, Ministry of Transport and Environment, and other public institutions, in order to comply with the EU legislation, has defined the plan, which actually depicts a sort of a baseline scenario and has set specific goals both for energy and environment. Now, this is the situation of renewables. In 2018, 58 installed gigawatts. Photovoltaic takes the lion's share, 38%, wind 19, hydroelectric 35, and bioenergy the rest. We installed 1.17 giga, which is almost double of what was accomplished the previous year. This is the breakdown of renewable energy capacities in Italy, mentioned by my dear colleague, Mr. Perella. At national level, we produce a little less than 200 terawatt per hour. 40% comes from renewable, 60% of the production comes from photovoltaic plus wind plus geothermal, and the rest from hydro. In terms of national consumption, 322 terawatt per hour in 2018, 35% was tapped from renewable sources. Now, these are the main reference macrothematic areas. You can read them yourself. Now, the necessary effort to reach our goals goes well beyond the present production of energy. Within the smart sector integration, we have to act on the transportation system and the food supply and food processing chain, heating, cooling, electrification, home consumption, and so on. Now, what is ENEA doing? Again, when we've drawn a 3-year plan from 2022 2022 and has actually taken stock of all the pillars that were previously mentioned. And of course, we're very much focused on the digitalization of the grids, and we have involved blockchain technologies for tracing activities in the tracing of flows of energies produced on one side by one actor and having to be conveyed towards users. Now, the National Program for Clean Energy Technologies is a electric system project and provides us with the biggest chunk of our resources that we use. Well, this is a national fund that supports the improvement of our competitiveness of our companies in the field of renewable sources. So you see high efficiency photovoltaics, energy storage from the electrochemical point of view, batteries, but also thermal. We work on super condensers, especially for fresh flash refeed, instant refeed, thermal storage, and chemical accumulation, the so-called P2G, and we're also actively working on the development of a better concentrated solar power technology. The electric vectors are also one of the pillars of our research, technology and materials, in order to improve the environmental performance of building, energy efficiency in industrial processes, new materials, and others. Now, very quick overview of our state of the art. We still keep working on the solar concentration power, the concentration of solar power with a view to reduce costs. So we have to develop new coatings, new receivers, and new mirrors, so that should increase the reliability of the whole system. We've been testing new process shortcomings. We're trying to develop new storage facilities. We're working on cogeneration, which is very peculiar, but yet very crucial in this technology, but also studying the hydrogen production from assisted reforming to chemical, of course, taking into account CO2 emissions and related technologies. Now, this implies many different funded projects and a lot of network collaborations. Now, hydrogen was touched upon and is, as usual, a very hot topic. We've started working on nitrogen long ago, materials, production, storage, you name it, when it comes to hydrogen. Now, hydrogen has become again the talk of the day after being a flash in the pan back in the days, because we could use it with the surplus of energy produced by renewable sources. We focused on fuel cells, especially oxide fuel cells, developing new devices and materials. We are developing electrolysis processes, which is the very basis for the production of hydrogen from renewable sources, both at high and low temperature. And we are putting up different facilities. We're funded through EU plans and the triennial or the 3 years plan for the development of renewable sources. Now, Minister Buffagna touched upon the so-called hydrogen table and sustainability mobility table. It is important to create a system. In Italian, we have an expression that amounts to saying that we make system. Well, these tables, these negotiating tables are crucial to create a system, and Italy takes part to all the tables, as Minister Buffagni mentioned. But this is not all. We also take part, or rather are part of Mission Innovation, which is one ramification of AIEA. And we take part to all the different settings aimed at coordinating efforts. And as far as innovation is concerned, and we've haven't been idled because of the COVID. And unfortunately, the speakers was interrupted. Okay, let's resume interpretation. So we've been working on smart grids and new materials. And that's about all. I thank you very much. I hope I actually respected the time slot that I was given. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Gian Piero. And I would like to ask the attendees now to raise hands. I have a first one already. I'll wait 10 seconds to see if there are other questions. So please, again, push the button to raise your hand. And if you speak, please, again, choose the language in which you speak. It's very important for interpretation and so that we can really hear you here in Brussels.
And please quickly introduce yourself very quickly for the other participants. Thank you.
Yes, of course. So there is Vincenzo Di Bella. Vincenzo, I allow you to talk and I unmute you. So now we should hear you, Vincenzo.
Sì, buongiorno, mi sentite?
Sì.
Good morning, can you hear me?
Yes.
Ingegnere, buongiorno, un saluto a tutti.
Good morning,
mi
everybody.
sente?
Can you hear me,
mi presento, sono il presidente dell'Associazione di Ricerca Futuro Solare Onlus. Noi siamo una no profit, ci occupiamo di ricerca sviluppando tecnologie fotovoltaiche applicate alla trazione leggera, e lo facciamo tramite una interconnessione con le scuole medie superiori e le università. Volontariamente ci occupiamo appunto dello sviluppo di prototipi di automobili a energia solare che poi si confrontano in competizioni con il resto delle università mondiali. La mia domanda sono in realtà due domande. Come Enea e come ricerca avete implementato sistemi a tripla giunzione e sistemi ad alto efficientamento, ad alta efficienza fotovoltaica? Questa è la prima domanda. E noi stiamo seguendo una pratica di interscambio, quindi un'interfaccia ad alta velocità elettronica che permette di accoppiare gli accumulatori elettrochimici al litio a sistemi con capacità molto elevata come i supercapacitori, e appunto per avere un interscambio istantaneo dell'energia cinetica ricavata dai sistemi in frenata e poi applicati a queste autovetture. Avete linee guida o avete già fatto qualcosa del genere nelle vostre ricerche?
Used as sort of a byproduct. Well, I'd like to first give you an answer to your last question. Please look for the Ampere project on the internet. We as Enea are working together with Trisan and other European research centers for the production of photovoltaic cells, high induction ones, very high efficiency ones with extremely low production cost. I mean, you'll find all the details and the information you need, but basically my answer is yes. Supercapacitors. I think I mentioned electric accumulation. Super ultracapacitors are part of our work, matched with the use of friction, the flash refill of the bus charges. We would like to enable our local buses to refuel when they stop. So the super condenser can inject enough energy to the condenser on board, enabling a given vehicle to reach the following stop. And that, of course, saves our system from refueling, and our buses from refueling at the central station and having to stop in order to have a refill in between two stops or to stop for too long. That, of course, would entail bigger batteries, bigger recharge systems on board, which would be cumbersome and bulky, as a matter of fact.
Okay, that's it. I don't see any more raised hands, so I would suggest that Giampiero, thanks a lot again. I would now like to move to Simone Togni. I hope all is good, Giampiero. Your image is stuck here on my side. But okay, perfect. So I invite now Simone Togni, President of the Italian Wind Energy Association, and to speak about the opportunities and barriers for renewables in Italy, the case of the wind sector. And I'm very happy to have you here, Simone. So please fire away. And again, please choose the language in which you will speak. Very important. Okay, please go ahead.
I hope you can hear me. Thank you very much for this invitation. My speech will be focusing on the opportunities to be seized and on the barriers to be overcome when it comes to renewable energy sources, with special reference to the wind sector. In the previous presentations, we have clearly heard that we have set out objectives that we wanted to achieve by 2030. I will not linger on this. Of course, politicians will have to step in and express their views in this regard. But please, let me remind you of the fact that we are
Simone, sorry, could you speak a bit louder or get closer to the microphone? The interpreters have difficulties to hear you. Would be great. Thanks. Go ahead.
Sì, dicevo, così va meglio?
Any better now? So the objectives that have been set out for the wind sector means that we have to double wind energy related sources by 2030. Wind energy potential in our country is more than necessary to meet and even exceed these objectives. But we do need to develop a new regulatory and legislative framework within which these objectives can be met. Technology is available. We can easily produce wind energy in a very effective way. This technology is now a mature technology. It's rife enough. And we have already seen the results of some competitive tenders we've been taking part in, and the production price of this energy in our country is absolutely in line with market prices in general when it comes to wind energy. So what is really missing right now to make sure that the new objectives can be met is not of economic or of technological nature. We do need some new democratic tools. Several initiatives have been launched by the government in order to make sure that everything can now go back to normal, surely, slowly but surely. And the importance of a renewable energy program is of paramount importance. And all this has to be in line with European programs. So we don't need money, we just need to simplify things. So on the one hand, we need to streamline the authorization procedure for new plants, and at the same time, and this is a crucial aspect, we needed to make sure the already existing power plants and the already existing companies, we need to make sure that all of them can use the latest technologies available on the market. And this is not something that they are allowed to do for the time being. As regards other technological aspects, such as the development of the network, for instance, that should make this growth possible, well, over the last few years, we have seen great changes. Terna, for instance, has ensured a streamlining of the network. Renewable energy sources have been introduced. So the objectives that were set are absolutely within reach. So it is possible to meet the objectives. And I'm very proud to say that when it comes to the wind industry, then doubling the production of wind-derived energy will not only allow us to cover 10 to 15% of production costs from now to 2030, but it will also allow us to give a tangible contribution to the production system in Italy. And on the top of this, we will be able to do so by using a technology that has been consolidating over the years. So we are now exporters of this technology, and we often forget this. So now that we needed to relaunch, to reboost the economy, then this is going to be of paramount importance. It will have a very positive influence on the employment situation in Italy, and all this should be taken into consideration. So this is a technology which we can certainly support, further embrace, because it is a sustainable one. I would like to stop here and open the floor for questions, if any.
Yes, indeed. Simone, I would like to look to the attendees. If you have a question to Simone, please raise a hand. I will wait 10 seconds. Yes, there's one from Berlin. Hello, Berlin. Daniel Becker, please introduce yourself. Which organization? Choose the English channel, but of course, for sure you speak English, I think. So that is translated correctly. Do you see that button, English?
I do. I think I'm on the English channel. Can you all understand me? Okay, I'm Daniel Becker from Navigant. So we are partner in the Energy Efficiency Watch project, and I will be moderating the afternoon session. We are examining the potential for collecting good arguments why a European Green Deal is beyond climate protection, etc., of key importance. And you mentioned the economic feature that Italy becomes exporter of renewables technologies. My question is therefore, did you make experience how that argument beyond convincing those ranking climate protection highest, how that argument resonated well in the public and political sphere? And do you see further potential for building up a narrative around this and maybe related arguments?
Diciamo in maniera così un pochino provocatoria.
Well, by way of provocation, I would like to say, unfortunately, yes. We believe that the development of renewable energies has a huge potential. We want a full transition of the production system. And this should not only rely on national and industrial interests. However, these aspects are very important for politics. Politicians tend to be sensitive to this. So at European level, we have achieved complete independence from renewable technologies. So we are absolutely in a position in Europe where we have excellent companies that are absolutely leading the sector of renewable energies, and the wind energy sector has been playing a very important role over the last few years and will continue to do so in years to come. Historically, we have companies that have been taking care of the development of the production of steel, and now they've been reconverted and they produce components for wind turbines that are then manufactured in Italy. So we have many excellent examples of such companies in Italy. In the center, in the south of Italy, we have excellent companies producing wind turbine components, which, as you know, are of paramount importance for our sector. And then on the top of this, we have producers of inverters and of mechanical components. Again, Italy has always been at the forefront in these sectors, and this is certainly more and more the case. And we're also able to come up with a fully fledged generator. So all these aspects have certainly been playing an important role, and they have allowed us to have more clout and to attract more attention to the wind energy sector. And this has, of course, positive repercussions on employment levels in our country.
Okay, thanks a lot, Simone. There's another hand raised from Diletta Zeni here from Brussels. So Diletta, I'm very happy to give you the floor. Please introduce yourself again and where you're from. And again, please choose the language in which you speak now. I allow you to talk now. So.
Hi, can you hear me now?
Now we hear you.
Sorry for asking the question. Okay, sorry, I was on mute. Thank you very much for the introduction. I've chosen English as a language. I hope that's clear. So my name is Diletta. I'm representing Wind Europe, which is the European Wind Power Association here in Brussels, as you said. So thank you very much, first of all, to all the speakers and to Simone as well for a nice overview of the role of renewable energy and the wind power sector also in Italy. I just have a broader question, not only for Simone, but also for probably the previous speakers and most probably also the next speakers that will come, which is about the role of offshore wind energy in the Italian landscape. So in the Italian National Energy and Climate Plan, there's a target, I believe, maybe not a huge one, but I believe it's in the range of 800 or 900 megawatt of offshore wind energy installed by the end of the next decade, so by 2030. So I was wondering if you can elaborate a bit more on how this technology will play a role, and also what kind of technology, if we're looking, for example, at a development of bottom fixed offshore wind, floating offshore wind might be in the range of the technologies taken into account, and if you already have an idea of where this technology might be deployed. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Simone, up to you, if you like.
Sì, grazie Diletta.
Thank you, Diletta. Well, the data that we received are fairly clear. We have 10 gigawatt of wind energy installed in Italy, and the objective is to double this number of gigawatts that we installed by 2030. And then we would like to develop offshore wind energy capacity. But here, political decisions will play a role. So it will depend on the decisions that our government is going to take in this regard. The Mediterranean area has been having difficulties in developing wind energy solutions. On the one hand, we have seabeds that are difficult to exploit from this point of view, and we don't have the same wind intensity that countries in Northern Europe have, that seas in Northern Europe have. So seabeds configuration and wind intensity make it more difficult for the Mediterranean area to develop offshore wind parks. So these two aspects mean that we do need more incentives. We still need high incentives in Italy in order to support wind energy in our area, in our sea, in the Mediterranean area. So we don't see large development opportunities in this regard. But we certainly have a few interesting sites where wind energy can certainly play a role. So we do expect to see the first offshore wind parks already operating by 2030. And then we know that there are Italian companies that are extremely aggressive in this market, the market of floating offshore parks. And these companies would certainly be able to solve a first issue, so the configuration of the seabed, and offshore, again, applications could be cost-effective and profitable. So we do expect to see these developments in the next 10 years. And once these new offshore platforms can be introduced, then we will certainly be able to meet the new objectives that will be set for the period from 2030 to 2050.
Okay, excellent. I would say thanks a lot, Simone. And I would invite Giacomo Donini now, Head of Strategies, Development and Dispatching at the Transmission System Operator Terna. And you will speak in Italian, and you have a PowerPoint, if I'm right. And please make sure you have chosen Italian. I think you speak in Italian, so please choose Italian as your speaking language on the button. We see your PowerPoint. Excellent.
Ok, noi vediamo il suo PowerPoint. Perfetto. All right, now everything should be all right.
Go ahead. Perfect.
Perfect. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to introduce the role of the electricity infrastructure in the energy transition. So I'm going to illustrate the challenges ahead for the Italian system in the field of renewable energies. What is the current status? Here you see the photovoltaic and the wind energy installed capacity, which is higher than 1 gigawatt. Up to 2013, growth has been exponential. But then after 2013, growth slowed down. And again, in 2019, growth picked up again. In terms of coverage of needs and of demand, here you see that the annual coverage hovers around 35%. So the photovoltaic energy sector is certainly covering a lot of our needs, especially in the summer, of course. In April last year, we even achieved 60% of coverage, and if you consider the hourly rate, then we even peaked at 60% coverage. If we consider the thermoelectric installed capacity, you see how the situation has evolved. And of course, we also had an improvement of adjustment margins as a consequence of this. This is the situation at the 5th of April 2020. So you see a large production of renewable energies and a reduction of consumption at the same time as a result of all the measures taken to counteract COVID-19 outbreak. In blue, you see the needs, the demand, and in black, you see the so-called residual needs, i.e. need for energy that is not covered by renewable energies. And here again, the value is 2.7 gigawatt. In the hours after lunch, basically, and then you see in gray the residual need is always under 0, so it's a negative value, and this curve concerns or regards the south of Italy and Sicily. So it means that the production of renewable energies was even higher, has always been higher than the consumption thereof. So we have a large availability of renewable energies, especially photovoltaic energy, but consumption levels are stagnating because of the current situation. So this image is quite negative. If we have a look at the future situation with reference to the National Energy and Climate Plan, then we should achieve a RES, a renewable energy sources coverage, of about 55%. And this should go hand in hand with a significant increase of installed capacity, in particular for photovoltaic and wind energy, with an increase of 40 gigawatt from 31 right now up to 70 gigawatt in 2025. And all carbon power plants should be shut down by 2025, so within a few years. So this will mean that the installed capacity will be significantly changed. New accumulation, new storage systems will be introduced at central level, and they will be able to store 6 gigawatt of energy. So basically, more and more renewable energy sources will be used, and there will be a constant increase in terms of installed capacity and in terms of length of operation of power plants in terms of renewable energy sources. So what are the impacts of all this on the electric system? There will be a reduction of the inertia of the system. We currently have an electric system that is based on inverters. In the past, you used to have huge rotating masses, and inertia was determined by steam, by thermal masses. So as a result of all this, with the new renewable energy sources, we will have a reduction of the inertia of the system. So if there are some turbulences within the system, then they will be easily offset by the system as a whole. So they will not create problems. And we also see a reduction of all the resources that allow to regulate the frequency and the tension within systems. We have a reduction of the adjustment margin. RES power plants are by definition non-programmable, and we can have increasing periods of overgeneration, more specifically in the central hours of the day, because this is the point in time when the sun shines and where photovoltaic energy is providing more capacity. And in the evenings, when there is a sharp reduction of production of photovoltaic energy, then we usually have a peak in consumption. And it is therefore necessary to quickly replace the already existing renewable energy sources with others. And we also need to consider the geographical position of renewable energy power plants. These power plants are not usually located very close to cities where the highest consumption peaks are recorded. So the congestion of the network is another issue. And as we have already said, we currently have a very high production of photovoltaic energy in the south of Italy, which is much higher than current consumption levels. All this creates a situation where we have a large amount of power plants, and this demands a different management scheme with respect to other situations where you have larger power plants, but you have less of them, fewer of them. On the top of all this, you also need to consider that we have been experiencing extreme weather conditions, and all these aspects have an influence on the resilience of the network at large. So what are the enabling factors for the energy transition? First of all, we need to boost the energy network in Italy, transfer network from north to the south of Italy. We need to bolster the entire network. We need to invest in all the systems that allow us to adjust and regulate tension within the system. We need to have more interconnections with power plants abroad, and we needed to increase the resilience of the network, as I said earlier on. At the same time, we needed to ensure that mechanisms are put in place in order to make sure that the long-term price for renewable energy sources is interesting and remains interesting over a long period of time, so that investments are attracted, so that investments can be further made in renewable energy sources, so that new flexibility tools can be introduced, so that new storage system can be envisaged in order, again, to support the network. We then need to make sure that markets are fully integrated, so that new stakeholders can be involved, so that new services can be made available to the network, and so that we can progressively integrate markets and services at European level. All this has to be flanked with large investments in the digitization of the transmission network. We need to invest in assets. So we really wanted to have a management and acquisition system for information that is absolutely possible and implementable right now with current technologies. If you have a look at these two graphs, you will see the current trend of a residual load. We have already seen the situation as at the 5th of April 2020, and we can easily expect peaks in terms of overgeneration for the days to come. So basically, this curve is becoming steeper and steeper. Here you can see values peaking at night time, at evening time, and an overall situation of overgeneration. So these situations will come up more and more frequently through the year. So this means that we really need to make major investments in terms of flexibility. We have already talked about pumping and accumulation and storage systems. This is very important. And if we have a look at the targets of our national plan, there you will see that we really need to make sure that the system becomes more flexible. I'm talking about heat pumps, for instance, to heat up water. I'm talking about electric vehicles. 6 million electric vehicles should be introduced by 2030, and a distributed storage system that can be connected to even to very small power plants. So if all these systems operate at the same time, so if we have a 10% overlapping of operation of all these power plants, then this would allow us to have large additional resources that could be made available to the network. We're talking about tens of gigawatts. Terna, along with some large TSO at European level, has been taking part in an operation to launch new interaction systems between TSO-owned systems and new systems that are being currently developed to have a better distribution of resources. So this is precisely what I said earlier on. So we really needed to have these interconnections in order to increase flexibility.
Okay, wonderful. I would like to hand over the floor now directly to Simone Mori, because we're running out of time already. Simone, you're on, and my team will be switching. There we see you exactly. I'll put you to spotlight. Your presentation will come up in a second. And Simone, did you choose on your screen, you will speak in Italian, parli italiano, sì.
Sì, yes, thank you very much.
Please choose the Spanish. Please choose the Spanish button so that we hear you correctly. Italian.
Okay. Can you hear me? Mi vedete?
Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you very much, Jan. Grazie, grazie, grazie. EUFORES, grazie alla
Thank you very much, Jan. Thanks to EUFORES and thanks very much to Senator Labate. It's a pleasure, it's a privilege to be here with you, not physically, not in person, of course. I have a number of slides. I'd like to introduce a number of concepts and to proceed as swiftly as possible in order to leave room and time for questions. So shall we go to the next slide, please? Okay, thank you. Perfect. You know that those who have been working in the field of electric power, like myself, tends to perceive energy consumption as a good indicators of economic trends. There's been some proportionality between energy consumption and GDP. Luckily enough, we are now observing a sort of mismatching thanks to new regulations, a new attitude from companies. Less energy is used for different processes, and what we've experienced over the last weeks, both in Italy and in other European countries, is a nosedive of consumption. But it goes without saying, this is a direct consequence of what is happening to all our production systems. But there are good news. And as a matter of fact, we can say that the sector has become resilient and actually able to manage all sorts of situations, and that gives us hope. There are many crucial points, or rather one of the signs of this emancipation is that in this time of crisis, energy supply has never been pinpointed as a critical point, and that means all the actors and all our colleagues have been working within the sector at their best. Next slide, please. Of course, we are in Europe. First of all, we are in Italy. Next slide, please. Right, thank you. These are Commission data in 2018. Italy was actually one of the very few countries that reached the renewable sources impact on energy production. Well, there was a reduction of the industrial demand, and that has an impact on our ability to reach the goal. But definitely, next slide, that is a sign that we managed the system rather well. Next slide, please. So Italy has put order in its internal matters, and that's a fact. But a lot more will need to be done over the next 10 years. We expect an increase with some sort of acceleration due to contingencies. And this is what we foresee we should do in order to reach the goals of the program. And actually, the body I represent believes that we could even go further than that. An extraordinary effort will need to be made in the area of cooperation between public and private enterprises. Authorization processes are paramount. There's no way to bring forward the necessary investments without substantially improving and streamlining the authorization processes. Next slide, please. According to our estimate, which are rather close to the ministries, this project might entail additional investments by 2030 of more or less 55 billion euros, of course, taking into account that we could even raise the bar. These investments are crucial, and we have estimated the creation of 40,000 additional jobs over and beyond those that would be necessary as a baseline in order to reach the objective. So we could do much more. Next slide, please. That's the very last slide before we take questions. So this is the outcome of the last renewable sources standard in Italy. For the very first time, you can see the supplies and the forward price on the occasion of the tender for January this year. And a significant share of the supply was actually proposed at lower costs respect to the forward prices. So in energy terms, for the first time, even in our country, we've realized that renewable sources plant can be built at lower prices. So we can do that, saving at the same time the money of taxpayers and citizens. And of course, I'm not mentioning the obvious environmental advantages. That, of course, doesn't take into account the fall in production due to COVID. But as a matter of fact, you see the project presented were not considered enough by the authorities to cover the needs. We've made an effort to produce renewable energy at low costs, but bureaucracy and authorization shortcomings actually slackened the whole process. And that's all as far as I am concerned.
Okay, Simone. I would see among the attendees, I'll wait 10 seconds if you have any questions to Simone. There is Diletta Zeni. Here, Diletta, I give you the floor.
Yeah, me again, sorry.
Yes.
I've chosen English, I believe, in the channel, so that should be fine. So again, Diletta from Wind Europe. Thank you very much, Simone, for the great presentation you've just shown. I was just wondering if you can elaborate more about what are actually the real obstacles that you see in permitting. And also, I was curious about whether what we call social acceptance, so the general perception of big projects of infrastructures such as renewable energy projects, whether this component of social acceptance is playing a role, you believe, in permitting in general in Italy. Thank you.
Grazie per la domanda.
Well, thank you very much for this question. Actually, it would take very long to really elaborate on your question. But what I can say is that we do have a problem in Italy. Authorization processes are a shortcoming in Italy. Although the problem could be extended to Europe as a whole, we also present Italy within Europe, and we're asking the Commission to give us guidelines, almost compulsorily, but at least stringent measures in order to improve authorization processes within member states. Social acceptance is as well a problem that should be coped with a grain of salt. The repowering of wind farms, turbines, reblading, have a positive environmental impact. Very often these mills are resized. But in Italy, that means starting from scratch as far as authorization is concerned. There were cases of projects. Unfortunately, the sound is shaky. So, companies are in a way forced to install obsolete models. It is as if in buying a car, you should buy a model that was produced in the 80s. I mean, that's paradoxical. Another shortcoming in Italy, the use of agricultural land. Of course, we should preserve the landscape and the agricultural or the land devoted to agriculture, but we estimated that if we had to triple the photovoltaic power, we should use 0.3% of more of land, agricultural land, and I think that there is within our land use system 0.3% of the land that can be made available. Interpreters apologize, but the sound of the speaker is shaky, is going in and out. Now, we have to preserve landscape, but we can't use administration processes and procedures which actually do not facilitate either innovation nor land and landscape preservation.
Okay, thanks for interpretation. I have now, very short question. Monica, one sentence, and Benito. I'll take Monica first and then Benito, but very short, please. One sentence, and present who you are and check that you have chosen the Spanish flag for Italian interpretation. Monica.
Sì, grazie. Volevo sapere, buongiorno Simone,
Thank you very
sono Monica
much.
Frassoni,
Good morning, I'm Monica
Presidente
Frassoni,
European Alliance to Save
and
Energy.
President of
Questo
the
tema
European
delle autorizzazioni
Alliance
e in generale
the
delle
general
autorizzazioni è un
of
tema
authorization processes
Vorrei sapere se ci sono dei passi avanti, se ci sono degli elementi nel PNIEC o nell'atteggiamento del governo che ci fanno sperare che questa cosa si risolva. E in secondo luogo, i target di rinnovabili nel PNIEC italiano sono al di sotto dei target europei, almeno per adesso. Come pensate di risolvere o perlomeno di agire per fare in modo che nell'ambito della revisione dei target questo possa essere mitigato?
acting in order to sort of correct the course of things as far as the national target setting is concerned? Well, the government is fully aware that investments can be used as of tomorrow, and we would actually miss an opportunity if we wouldn't use the national plan. Article 5 of the Constitution on energy, we're all aware of that, is actually an obstacle to harmonization. all regions should work in sort of an aligned way. As far as goals or targets are concerned, I'm always positive, and I think the national plan is good. And Italy is one of the few ones that have reached the targets. We are planning to double and triple production, respectively, in renewables and photovoltaics, in wind, um, energy and photovoltaics. But you see, I mean, we, as I said, missed an opportunity that it took us 5 years to be able to respond to tenders because of authorization projects. And I think that we are making progress. At least people are aware of where the problem lies.
Okay, now we move to Benito Castorina. Please check the language and present again who you are.
Buongiorno, adesso la cosa importante era che invece di utilizzare...
Good morning. Now, instead of using agricultural land, there's a patent to turn air CO2 or CO2 contained in the air into methane. There's a gas production system and is a storage system as well. We have developed this technology, and we have developed Italian equipment to do that. And I think it is important to pinpoint that, to never forget that we have the technology. Well, what I can say in reply to your consideration is the following. When we talk about decarbonization, we should reason in terms of and not or, not either this or that, or both things. But what is the CO2 abatement rate according to the use of your technology? Well, I don't think that we can say that right on the spot. I mean, we should take contact, and that would be a pleasure. But power to gas is important. Hydrogen is important. Nevertheless, we have technologies that enabled us to curb CO2 and reduce the cost of energy. I didn't make myself clear. We turn methane into...
Okay, Benito,
CO2.
sorry, we are not here to have a long-term discussion now. So we have to stop this debate now. And Simone, would you like to say a final sentence? Because we really have to move on.
Okay, thank you very much. No, in questo punto semplicemente dico...
No, as far as this issue is concerned, today's priority is the following. We have the technology, we have the funds. Let's launch all the technologies that actually reduce CO2 and reduce expenditures. It is possible.
Okay, so thanks a lot, everyone. I would say we go now quickly into a short coffee break, and I would ask everyone to be back sharp at 12 o'clock. So we have a 15 minutes delay of the whole webinar, and I will leave the webinar on, so you can leave it on. But please get a coffee, get some refreshments or whatever, and see you then back in 10 minutes. Fantastic. Good. We move now to the next session. We move now to session number 4, which is an open discussion. So it's not about presentations only. We'll have one input speech to refreshen our mind, to give us some good idea for the discussion. And this session is about the question how to shape and fund the renewable energy transition in Italy. So it's a very big question. How to find the financing for it. And I'm very happy to have Clara Poletti with us, and later on several participants to discuss on the panel together with us. But first I would like to invite Clara Poletti She's commissioner in the Italian authority, regulatory authority for energy, networks, and the environment, ARERA, and she will speak in English if I'm right and no PowerPoint. So, Clara, we will give you the spotlight, and yeah, we're happy to have you with us. So I think you can speak now. And please choose the English flag. Well, you know that anyway since this morning.
Sorry, I'm going to speak Italian, if you don't mind, but
no, of course.
as you wish.
No, please choose the Italian flag and speak in Italian. That's not a problem. It's just in my paper here. It's wrong.
Ok, grazie per l'invito da EUFORES e grazie alla senatrice Labate. È veramente un piacere essere qui oggi con voi in questo primo esperimento. Tutti noi stiamo sperimentando prime volte in questo tipo di organizzazioni. Allora, il tema è vastissimo. Io proverò a portare un punto di vista, il punto di vista del regolatore, che è il punto di vista di chi deve impegnarsi perché le cose vengano fatte. Allora, un punto di vista a volte un po' noioso, perché di chi ricorda che per fare le cose ci sono problemi, ci va tempo, però perdonatemi, ma questo è un po' il mio ruolo. Se guardo al dibattito di oggi, che cosa vedo? È un dibattito che viene da lontano.
By looking at today's debate, what I see is definitely that the bar were raised in terms of funding the transition towards sustainable, environmentally sustainable approaches and systems. And as a regulator, I think this is extremely important, the credibility of the choice we are making. But we need a greater awareness of all the complex issues that are related with this process of actually turning intentions into actual actions. So the first thing that we have come to term is that environmental sustainability doesn't simply amount to decarbonizing. We have to take into account the quality of air, land, soil protection, and that we need an integrated approach of further integration of the approach in the definition of the different provisions. And we've adopted a plethora of provisions pointing to different goals that have been detrimental one to the other, and we've left energy efficiency behind for a very long time. It has been praised in words but neglected when we had to turn it into reality, and technological uncertainties must be taken on board. We actually ignore at the moment what the winning technologies will be and what technologies will be good enough to be deployed on a larger scale. So a regulation authority as a specific role, we're very often criticized because we are slow in adjusting to innovation and to development. I think we should embrace a kind of regulation exercise that should be far-fetched, far-sighted, and also take into account the outcome. And a kind of legislation that should also take into account the results of certain things that we do, and that defines goals. So we have to be flexible. We have to be able to compare different technological solutions without being an hindrance to new solutions, and actually testing innovative solutions. It must be matched with new forms of regulating the sector, pilot projects, and maybe venturing into new regulation areas could be a viable solution. And we have to put in place a better harmonization between sectors, distribution and transmission, electricity and gas, for instance, and factors, natural gas, and of course the whole of the package called smart sector integration. So we shouldn't be looking backwards, but rather forward. The problem is that environmental sustainability is not the only component. We have to secure supply in a stable way. Otherwise, we'll be losing on many fronts. We can't operate surgical types of interventions, keeping our actions confined to a small segment. We have to have a local, regional, European view. Markets are strictly interwoven, and we have to look at local situations, local communities, municipalities, and we have to follow the process of economic integration that is taking place at European level. And for us, infrastructure is the very core of the problem during this transition phase. Existing infrastructure must be used at best. So the baseline of Italy is, of course, very different from Northern European countries. Sometimes there's specific points of view very much related to different realities become a European standpoint, and I'm sorry about that, and I regret that. So we must ensure a greater supervision to the investment planning process. We run the risk of making available investments that are at odds with the development of the system and should then be regulated, and we struggle to do that because we weren't part of that. Now, as far as COVID-19 and the emergency related to it, there are new challenges. Of course, emissions will go down in the near future because of the economic downturn generated or implied by the health emergency. And I guess this phenomenon will not be evenly spread across all the sectors, nor across geographical areas. So equity and social justice will be at stake. Maybe the environment will benefit from it, but some economic activities will benefit from that, and others will be put in a predicament. So we really have to consider costs and benefits and economic opportunities with a lot of caution. And we have to devise accompanying measures that will have to go hand in hand with investments pointing at increasing environmental sustainability. We owe that to our citizens, to our societies, and this is all the more true in this period we're living in. Thank you.
Okay, so thanks a lot, Clara, for that input, and I would now like to present the panel discussion, and let me just show you who is with us on the panel. I hope you can see it. Can you see the session slide? Yeah, do you see it? Can you raise your finger that I know that you see the slide? Good. On the panel with Clara, we will have Katia Bastioli. She's a member of the Club of Rome. She's here, yes. Stefano Laporta from Ispra, so in the north. Rosella Moroni from the Parliament of Italy. Daniela Rondinelli from the European Parliament. But you're in Italy, I guess, and not here in Brussels with me. Antonia Navarra from CMCC. And Patti Labate will be with us again for this panel debate. So how we will do it? We will now give the floor to each of the panelists, and each panelist will have 3 minutes to react to Clara's suggestions and to the question how to shape and finance the Italian energy transition. And then we go into open questions from the attendees. So I will unshare my slide now. And then the first one who will be on stage now will be Katia Bastioli. Katia, I give you the spotlight. And you should be unmuted, hopefully. Do we hear you?
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. Fantastic.
It's okay, Fru. It's okay.
Katia, welcome.
Thank you for the invitation. Thank you to Patti Labate for this occasion. I highly appreciate, sorry, I will speak Italian.
Did you push the Spanish flag downstairs so to have the interpretation correctly?
Okay.
You need to choose the Spanish flag for the Italian interpretation into English. Good. Yes, go ahead.
Ho apprezzato moltissimo l'intervento del...
Appreciated very much the presentations made by previous speakers. We have been talking about climate change, climate-related risks, and today, during this pandemics, we are realizing that the situation is a very serious one. But we already knew, we have known for a long period of time that we have been going through an unprecedented crisis, several crises, industrial, financial, environmental crises have now been flanked by a health crisis. So we're going through a series of crises, and it's absolutely devastating not to have a systemic, long-term approach and not to have a solution to an emergency situation. So we don't have a long-term perspective. This, I think, is of paramount importance. So now that we are experiencing this pandemic, we need to understand this, how crises are interconnected one with the other, so that climate protection, biodiversity, and protection of ecosystems are not neglected because we have to give priority to something else. This is a very serious crisis, and there will be more and more crises in the future. So within this scenario, I would like to draw your attention to a topic which, in my view, is very important, which is soil degradation. This is an absolutely essential topic, and it is of paramount importance for climate mitigation to start with. Soil performs several functions. Soil is not just about food and food production. Soil regulates the quantity of water, it adjusts the cycle of nutrients, and as such, soil has a very important impact on climate mitigation. So this is of paramount importance. The concentration of carbon in soil, which is twice as high in the first 2 meters of the soil than in the deeper area of the earth, can be used in a very clever way. So we needed to have a sort of carbon sink effect instead of having carbon being released into the atmosphere. So we need to use organic materials, organic substances in the first layer of the soil in order to counteract this. So when we talk about energy, when we talk about industries, then we really needed to have a very wide encompassing approach. So sustainable development means basically creating synergies. We wanted to have ecosystemic resources, especially when it comes to the soil. For air and water, we have European directives, but we don't have an European directive for soil in general and soil usage. So as a topic, this has no dignity in its own right, while, as we know, soil is strictly intertwined with energy. When we talk about biomethane, for instance, and we want to provide incentives for methane, then we really needed to understand where the organic matter ends up in the end and what happens to the digested residual products. And it's not just that. We need to understand that we also need to change our the way in which we eat. If we change the way in which we eat, the food that we use and eat, then we will also have a positive impact on the environment. So we need to focus our attention on the fact that the facilities available in Europe for soil protection are not enough. We have, again, man-made pollution that does not allow us to fully reuse digested product. So in the agricultural sector, we need to see what the interactions are between different systems. If we think about infrastructures and if you think about electric energy, just to name a few, then the interconnection between this and the use of water in agriculture and in farming is clear. So we could store energy, and in order to be able to use renewable energy sources, we needed to have storage facilities. In Italy, for instance, we could use hydrogen, but we have farming even in the mountains. So how can we store hydrogen? How can we store water? So biodiversity and the diversity of technologies are of paramount importance. So we really need to have a very wide and encompassing view, and then we need to translate all this into very practical and local projects so that we can monitor the parameters that are important. So this, I think, is very important in order to foster an induced incremental innovation process where we don't want to run after technologies, we want to foster the integration of different technologies. So we want to be deeply rooted in our territory, in what we are doing, and we need to have a general approach. So these are things that are truly important topics. So we really need to have deep roots in our territory, and that means focusing more on the soil. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Katia. We move now to Stefano Laporta. Stefano, I'm just giving you the spotlight. Here you are. Please choose, you would be speaking Italian. Please make sure you chose the Spanish flag for Italian channel. Go ahead, Stefano.
Good morning, everybody. I closely followed the instructions that were given to us by the host. So I've already clicked on the Spanish button, and I do hope that translation is thus possible. I would like to thank the organizer, and I would like to thank Mrs. Labate for making this possible. And thank you for inviting me in my capacity as president of ISPRA and the National System for the Protection of the Environment. Several events have been taking place over the last few days, and as video conferences, so I do not have the opportunity to attend the first part of your event today. I just joined when Mr. Paletti was speaking, so I'm truly sorry I was not able to closely follow the first presentations of the day. I had the opportunity to listen to Katia Bastioli, and I believe that what she said is something important, and it has to be replicated. We are now going through a very difficult period, and it could also be seen as an opportunity. I think I'm not the first person to say this. The risk under such circumstances is that we go backwards because of economic and social conditions and the causes. So that's the risk. That's a tangible risk. But we need to look at the future, look forward, and we need to bear in mind that we need an energy transition model. And this is precisely the right point in time to start this transition period. We need to have a strategic vision, and we also need to focus on the single elements within this strategic vision. Renewable energies are important, so we can't, of course, neglect things like the carbon footprint. We need to make or take very clear decisions. Some of these decisions have already been taken. Some tools and measures have already been implemented. Economic and industrial aspects need to be taken into consideration, but of course, things need to be streamlined from an administration point of view. If you take decisions, if you make choices, if you wanted to have new renewable energy power plants, then you would also need to make sure that the authorization procedure to set up such plans is streamlined. I think that has already been said. If not, I'll be the first one to mention it, but I think it's fairly clear. The authorization procedure for a refinery is the same one that you would have to go through if you wanted to make an investment and start producing renewable energy in Italy. And I think that this is not sustainable at all. So the overall scenario has to be consistent with the overall choices and decisions taken. So if we want to embrace decarbonization, then we have to make sure that the entire social, administration and political sector comes along and changes the way it behaves. I'm sure this has already been pointed out. If we invest in wind energy, then we need to know that the production of wind energy requires large quantities of the so-called rare territories. So it takes, again, a lot of such areas, and these areas are in general concentrated in some parts of the world. And then we also have sound pollution, as Katia Bastioli was mentioning. We also have the issue of the usage of soil. The building sector is about to resume its activity in the next few days in Italy after the lockdown, and in my capacity as a president of the Italian National Institute for Environmental Protection and Research, ISPRA, I would like to point out that we have been publishing a report every year about soil consumption, and soil consumption levels are worrying. They have been worrying for years now. So it's not just about soil being used. I'm thinking about the future use of soil. It should be clever, it should be made intelligent. As previous speakers already pointed out, soil is a finite resource, a non-renewable resource. We might even think of requalifying a part of the national territory, which is now considered to be heavily polluted. So investments could be made in order to fully reclaim these areas so that these territories can then be reused in a different way, so that we can foster a rebirth of the country. So I would like to invite all to urge everybody to consider the usage of new technologies. So even the use of sustainable resources can go hand in hand with issues and problems. So we don't want to see, again, power plants, new plants being set up without considering the downside of it. And I would like to stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Stephanie. We move now to Rosella Muroni. She's a member of the Parliament of Italy, and we're super happy to have you here with us. Rosella, thanks for your time. So the floor is yours now.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the invite and for this meeting. I would like to speak Italian.
Yes. Did you choose the flag?
Spanish
flag for Italian, exactly.
Okay.
Ok,
grazie alla senatrice Labate e
good morning. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank Senator Labate and EUFORES for organizing this extremely valuable meeting. I'd like to start from an observation. Now, in the midst of this COVID emergency, we speak about going back to normality. Now, the risk is going back to a past situation. Now, I'm saying this because there are worrying signs of the head of the opposition party today requested sort of a grasp in the building sector, and then it is basically amounting to putting aside the environmental protection legislation in order to go back to normality. Now, so giving up on a new deal because we have to restart the economy is paradoxical, and I think that we've been encouraged by Franz Timmermans because it is paramount for a place like Italy, for a country like Italy, to follow suit all the European initiatives. So we owe to the EU the very prompting and definition of an environmental legislation. This morning, you quite rightly started from the national plan. I think that is my personal point of view. We needed we would need a far boldest plan. We can be leaders in the renewable sectors, for instance, we still can be, but we have to start investing both as a country and as a continent on those sectors that are lagging behind in terms of ecological transition. Energy efficiency is my main concern. In this country, the building sector has been a driving force within the economy of the country, and that is why we need to reinvent economy, to transform our economic setting with different scenarios and maybe different actors should be encouraged. So what are our basic needs? Not only because of coronavirus. Well, first of all, simplification in the energy sector. In Italy, is still too difficult to revamp different plants. In that case, again, we should make a new investment on ourselves. We do have an issue with governance. It has been said during the morning that there are many different local regional actions that sometimes are overlapping. Mrs. Bagnoli said that we must be bold enough to be local and European. According to our mechanism, to the decentralization mechanism, we are creating an hindrance to a nationwide policy. We have many technological fronts like photovoltaic, thermodynamic, you name it, where we could take the lead. And the EU should be a leader on the international scene. And of course, technology is the winning point. We can't speak or act in terms of quantities. Of course, technological innovation is the very bread and butter of Europe, is the new foundation of European excellence. And in this downturn, Europe is put into question, and I think that technological conversion might become the very core of a new, the very heart of a new European identity. Interesting, the MIT School of Oxford was published on Researchers Policy magazine, whereby a green competitive index is defined among all the European countries. Well, in Europe, without UK, Italy's are perceived as being able to produce and export more green products than others. And I think we should take stock of that as a country and to develop this ability as a potential developmental sector. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Rosella. We move now to Daniela Rondinelli. She's member of the European Parliament. And again, I don't think that you're close to me right now. You're in Italy, I assume, as well, right? We hear you.
Yes, I do.
Did you push the Spanish flag, Daniela, just to be sure? Did you push the Spanish flag for the interpretation channel?
Sì, grazie.
Okay.
Sì, grazie, perché appunto preferisco parlare in italiano.
Yes, thanks very much. I'd like to speak Italian. I'd like to thank Patti Labate for inviting me to take part to this debate. And as a matter of fact, I think what you are debating is just part of a wider narrative at the European level. And over the next weeks, Europe will move on also on the basis of the indications that were provided for by Mrs. Poletti. Now, the Green Deal is in a way endangered. Governments, conservative entities are pushing the Green Deal back, sacrificing it on the altar of an economic restart. So what has been signaled by the previous speaker as a European as an Italian phenomenon is extended to Europe as a whole. The Euro Parliament has a completely different view of things, and we should actually keep the alert rather high as far as the Green Deal and its actual implementation. The two crises, the post-COVID one and the climate crisis shouldn't be seen as two different things. I think that these two questions, issues, and the related solution should be developed hand in hand and being related one to the other. If the Green Deal paradigm was to try and find a different way to produce, consume, live, you name it. Well, at the same time, Italy and the rest of the world is now under pressure. We are called to develop new social production, consumption models. So the Green Deal cannot be just apart from everything we're going to put in place in order to fight against the effect of the COVID-19 crisis. And we should actually break the tradition. We should introduce a new concept. We should go beyond the central role granted to man, and we should see the relationship between mankind and nature under a completely different light with a change of attitude. So we know that a Green Deal is not merely a strategy connected to energy transition, climate change, etc. What we want to accomplish is a kind of economic growth in Italy, in Europe, in the world, and Minister Buffagni quite rightly pinpointed that Italy has done very well respect the goals that were defined in the 2020 agenda. And there is a social unemployment issue that should also be taken on board. Now, forecasts very grim. Millions of jobs might be lost. United Nations are expecting um, widespread phenomenon and widespread situations with famine, poverty, and I think that against this backcloth, we have to move fast at national level especially, and in order to mitigate the effects of this crisis that was already observable in many sectors before the COVID-19, the tertiary sector, manufacturing sector, the service, etc. Now this crisis might be turned into an opportunity. We can sort of accelerate things. Whatever has been put in place in Italy so far under the green development umbrella has brought positive results. And we have to keep an eye on the ups and downs of the prices of oil or the oil prices. We should actually try to be as independent as possible from the supply of fossil fuels, and it's something that Italy can't do without. Is an environmental concern, is a health concern, is a general concern. Think about the situation of Turkey, the supply of many basic staples or goods which are absolutely sort of necessary nowadays. Face masks, just to name one. So the Green New Deal is important, and you can't see it as independent or separate from everything we do in order to mitigate the COVID-19 effect. Thank you.
Yeah, Jan, you have to unmute the microphone.
Vabbè, Antonio, prendi l'iniziativa, vai.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much to Patti Labate for this invitation. And I was set up to speak in English, but I think that's probably more convenient to speak in Italian, so I'll switch to Italian quickly. Okay. E quindi buongiorno a tutti.
Good morning, everybody. I think that much has already been said, so I will just recap a few things. Climate and energy are so strictly intertwined that they are basically the two sides of the same coin. Energy production increases emissions, but there are recent studies, for instance, that prove that there will be an increase in energy demand because of climate change. And if this new demand is not satisfied with methods that will reduce emissions, then we are going back to the initial situation. So given the current economic situation, I think there is no choice for us. We can't go on with carbon emission policies, which we have been implementing over the years. Of course, we can explore all the possible solutions. We can use the carbon capture and storage systems. As we know, these systems have problems in terms of scalability and many other problems. Of course, we have to explore all the possibilities, but this is what I wanted to say in terms of mitigation. So climate change in general has an influence on energy and energy networks, resilient networks, smart grids. These are things we really need to focus on. So we have to have a system that is resilient, that is effective, and that reduces emissions. Given the current situation, people are worried, and I do perfectly share the worries that have been expressed by previous speakers. But now it is even more clear than ever how detrimental it was not to have a prevention scheme in place. I wouldn't say that everything we're going through right now has been perfectly foreseen, but almost. There was a Churchill report that was published last year that perfectly explained what measures government can take to counteract similar situations as ours. So we don't invest in prevention. This is a problem, and it applies to health as well as to climate and climate disasters. So I urge the entire world to introduce again new measures, and maybe there are some lessons that we can draw from the current situation. So if you cut on your costs, then you would have to pay twice as much later on just to counteract all the crises that those savings have caused. In order to perform an effective decarbonization, you needed to consider that all this has to be just. We want to have a just transition. We wanted to make sure that there is a just transition within territories and communities. So if there is a regulatory framework in place that allows us to change the way in which we produce, then transitions will take place within social and territorial networks. And we need to support this transition that has to be orderly and that protects the social fabric of the local territories. Because if this social structure or fabric goes missing, then it is very difficult to go back to it. There are territories where this transition is felt very strongly. The success of every single policy, of every single measure, depends on whether this policy or measure is considered to be socially acceptable. If this is not the case, then no policy, no measure will ever be successful. So this is why we don't just take care of the technical aspects, meaning regulatory, legislative, and technical aspects. but we also focus on the social aspects of such measures. Thank you.
Okay, Antonio, now I'm unmuted. Sorry for that before. And I have the honor now to go back to Patti Labate, our host, and to hear your position on this. Patti, you're on the Spanish-Italian flag, and the floor is yours, Patti. Go ahead.
Sì, ci sono.
Yes, here I am. Thank you. It is extremely interesting to listen to this debate. Let's call it debate. I would like to start by saying that nobody can eat for free. Barry Commoner said that in the 4 rules of the economy concerning the circle that needs to be closed. There's no free food for all, basically. And the risk, as previous speakers pointed out, is that we now make a second mistake. If we continue considering our model as something standalone that has got nothing to do with the economy or with the society, then we will continue perpetrating the same errors. When we talk about ecological transition, we need to go back to what Georges Karapian said. So we can see intersections between the economic and the ecology sector. More specifically, nature and the biosystemic capacity that we have, all this is intertwined with our carbon footprint. Our biocapacity, the biocapacity of the Earth as a system is finite. So we have reached the threshold. If we continue neglecting the limitations that nature has imposed on us, then we will continue making mistakes. Yes, we need prevention, but we also need to be cautious in what we are doing. Precaution is needed. Precaution is often underrated, but precaution is currently very important. We need a precaution system, especially now that we are amid the coronavirus outbreak. We can't really estimate the scope of the outbreak. We don't have any scientific insights or enough scientific insights to understand how to deal with this situation. So now we need to take the right measures, the right precautionary measures for the future. I was due to talk about accumulation systems, but that's the way I wanted to start my short presentation today. Today, I talked about the negative prices for oil, for instance, and in the same day, on the 5th of April, you could see this important variation. Well, it's clear renewable energies are our future, but they need to be supported by storage and accumulation systems. As Chiara Pastioli pointed out, accumulation systems just don't apply only to energy. We need to rebalance markets in general. If every household can be equipped with an accumulation system, then it is clear that every single household can store energy. So when we have overgeneration, then we can store energy and we can resell it at a later stage, at evening time, at night time, when the price of that energy is high enough. So this could be a good measure in order to improve the living standards of citizens. So we should change tack, we should do something different. Then we talked about rules and regulations. I was in agreement with the speaker. There are great projects on the way in terms of accumulation and storage, and they all require the authorization now. So I do perfectly see the problem. Authorization processes have to be streamlined, and you need to, again, consider the risks going hand in hand with this authorization. So all these things should be well pondered. In our political decisions, attention has to be attached to what we call LCA. The LCA is a life cycle assessment tool. A life cycle assessment has to focus on costs and on the cost effectiveness of a new facility. I've known these tools for years now. This is what I do. It's my bread and butter in terms of research. So the time has come for us to decide if innovations, if new technologies can truly be innovative, if they can really be sustainable in all viewpoints. So a risk assessment has to be made on the top of all the rest. Then let me add something else. In Italy, yes, it's true, we have problems with our plants, but we have given the opportunity to many different regions to introduce new accumulation systems through public tenders. If we have a look at the data, concerning the production of renewable energy sources, then we will see that we managed to avoid CO2 emissions, and we have managed to reduce electric bills of about 212 euros per every household every year. Then a new tender is going to be launched for the installation of small systems. They will be battery operated. These are intelligent battery operated accumulation system for smart grids in regions like Puglia, Sicily, and other regions in Italy. And I also know that there is a new issue of tenders for Lombardy and for the Emilia-Romagna. So basically, in Italy, we have small accumulation plants. We're doing quite well. And in terms of regulations, we need to be more flexible. So I perfectly agree with what has been said. Let me see if there are other aspects I wanted to go back to. Yes, I think we need to attach great importance to the decoupling index. I think that this has already been mentioned. The decoupling index can also be associated with the quantity of energy that a country uses. And we needed to disconnect these aspects. We wanted to decouple all of this. This was our European objective. And if we want to do so, we can't really go on with the same measures of the Green Deal. So we really need more intensive measures. Otherwise, we will have a rebound effect, and we will even end up in a worse situation than the current one. Okay, let me stop here.
Okay, thanks a lot, Patti. I would say now we involve the attendees, and I'm looking at the list of attendees, and I would especially also invite the members of Parliament also. If you want to raise a question, please, again, there is the button to raise your hand. It's really literally showing this hand. If you push that button, I see that you want to say something, and then I can put you on the floor. And of course, members of Parliament have priority first, of course, because before we go to all the other attendees. I have here Adele Manzella, and Adele, I give you the floor right now. Probably, first of all, make sure you chose the language in which you speak.
Grazie.
Very important. And then please tell us to whom you address your question, because we can now, of course, ask all panelists who are sitting with us now. So Adele, up to you.
Grazie, buongiorno. Io sono Adele.
Thank you very much. I'm Adele Manzella, President of the Italian Geothermal Union. I'd like to address my question to Rossella Muroni. And in general terms, I would like to relate to the topic of this meeting. In Italy, planning has shied away from including geothermal production. All types of the geothermal production sector, because of the huge difference between our sector and the rest of renewable sources. We've heard that there's a need to integrate the different renewables in terms of infrastructure and energy efficiency boosting measures. My question is, why in Italy technologies are not integrated at their best, especially thermal technologies that have a huge potential, that bear no technological shortcomings, as the example of other European countries show, that in some cases have sort of a widespread supply network in Italy, but it is still suffering, from specific regulation provisions, which must be necessarily different from other renewables, because the geothermal sector has specific needs. The geothermal sector has to be, in a way, streamlined, and it has to become part and parcel of the general picture, since, for instance, regulations about new buildings, just to name one.
Okay, direct reaction from the panel. Who would like to go in? No? This question was directly to someone. I forgot who the question was. Adele, could you say again to whom that question was? Hello?
Mi riferivo, è una domanda generale in realtà.
Well, it is a general question. It is a question for everybody. I intended, in the first place, to address it to Rossella Muroni. Sorry, I had actually raised my hand in the speakers chat, but nobody noticed. Geothermal sources are suffering from like a past legacy. Well, the environmental impact of a geothermal project were not unnoticed. The geothermal sector has created a lot of jobs, but has been depicted as sort of bad for the environment. Till 2012, there are other sectors that had an impact on landscape. Let's think about wind and the use of agricultural land. So some renewables were defended unabatedly, but maybe not enough attention was paid to the aftermath of that. The sound of the speaker's microphone is very bad. There are huge interferences and a huge background noise. So I think that we should go for solutions that are at the same time general, but that also take into account local needs. And I very much hope that the technological development will take into account the land, the territory, the local needs, and preserve a balance within the territory. And in past years, local clashes over new plants, even renewable ones, were very deep and very dividing. If politics is negotiating and trying to strike a balance between everybody's interest, then we can't avoid trying to strike a balance. So we have to accompany the development of renewable sources. We have to make renewable sources socially acceptable in their different declinations. And we have to come to terms with the fact that this is not only about environment or ecology, is a new social pact, and we can't do without it.
Okay, I will now take the next question from the attendees, and I go for Vincenzo Di Bella. Vincenzo, I give you the floor. Yeah, we should hear you. Please choose the correct language in which you speak.
Ok. Sì, è una domanda che faccio alla...
Please, sorry, tell us who you are, where you come from, because there's new people on the conference. Tell us who you are, where you come from.
Ok, sono Vincenzo Di Bella.
I'm Vincenzo Di Bella. I am the president of the Research Association Futuro Solare, Solar Future. We're based in Sicily. We are a scientific research body and association aiming at using photovoltaic technologies, not for commercial use, but as a tool to implement studies of higher education students, both upper high school, secondary school, and university, and enable them to practically test innovation and innovative technologies in this field. Now, my question is related to Senator's Labate intervention about accumulation systems. So we've been studying accumulation and interconnection systems between the electric grid and our systems in order to exchange the power accumulated in our heat exchangers and fed them into the parking recharging stations. And I'd like to know whether this is actually a viable idea, whether it could be part of the implementation plan of an accumulation system. And I'd like to ask everybody the following question. Over and beyond giving companies the technological tools to develop, and in order to foster companies working in this field, there are financial tools enabling universities and the secondary school to become more familiar with these technologies, and because we really would like to make our people able to have hands-on sessions. I'm here. Okay. It is a very interesting question. You'd mentioned it previously. The idea of involving students is already a novelty per se, and I think what you just mentioned is feasible. I don't know whether you're asking me whether it is politically viable or technically viable. As far as I am concerned, I think that in order to test the feasibility of a given technological project, you have to assess the energy efficiency of this given project and the technical viability, the practical application of it, and the possibility to practically use the energy generated, or the power rather, generated by such systems. As far as accumulation systems, there is a plethora of studies. I could tell you about electrochemical batteries. Those are redox flow accumulators with the use of vanadium, which is an electrolyte that has different oxidation phases, but could be reoxygenated only with a relatively low number of resources. It isn't costly at all. In some islands, there are accumulators. Japan is one of them. Small accumulators are being put in place. Those are examples of sustainable batteries. Well, environmentally speaking, and through tools such as life cycle assessment, they turn up to be much more sustainable than lithium-based ones, and the end of the life cycle, that can be reused. So practically nothing ends up in a landfill, with the exception of some very thin film or membrane that is used to keep the cells apart. Well, that's just an example. So the market of accumulators in Italy and Europe has been heavily subsidized, and we very much hope it furthers develop over the coming years. Then, as far as encouraging the type of projects that you have mentioned, starting from the school level, is absolutely feasible. We could launch a tender. There are stakeholders, even companies that might be interested in fueling this in cooperation with the ministry or the Senate. If I may, I'd like to step in.
Who? Ah, Katja, okay, yes. Of course, Katja, shortly, please. We have 5 minutes left, to be sure.
Well, the initiatives that were mentioned are very important, and there are many across Italy. I recall the Terna experience called the Next Energy. We've been carrying out with the Cariplo Foundation and many other Italian bodies. It cuts across all Italian regions, and it aims at developing not only advanced projects, but also type of innovation and ideas that might be nurtured in a way at school level. Terna, for instance, in Sicily, runs 100 kilometers of so-called smart towers. And this project is highly innovative. So it's a network of innovative projects. And in this case, infrastructure is the host for new technologies, and all the stakeholders are invited to test it. The same applies to Enel and other big entities. So I think it is even more important now.
Okay, sorry, Stefano, I would like to give one last question. Take one last question from the attendees, because if not, we ignore them too much, because we have to go into lunch break in 3 minutes. I would like to ask now Enrico De Tullie to have a short comment. Tell us where you are. Push the right flag, of course. Tell us who you are, where you come from, and please very short, because we have to cut it in 3 minutes, really, and there will be answer from the floor still. So, Enrico, we should hear you.
Grazie. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear him. I'm Enrico De Tullie, Professor of Electric Systems for Energy at the Bari's Polytechnic. I'd like to thank Senator Labate. She's a colleague because she actually teaches in Taranto. And I'd like to say that I fully agree with Mrs. Professor Bastioni when she mentioned the importance of innovation hubs. I'm actually the coordinator of an innovation hub in Bari, and I fully agree with Mr. Donini Fronterna as to the need to integrate all the different renewable sources and all the innovation projects that are related to these sectors. Now, research and the business world are spontaneously working together in a way. And I'd like the sort of decision makers to be more proactive in favor of these cooperation initiatives in order to boost and support and intensify the cooperation initiatives between research bodies and entities and private companies.
Patti, sì.
I'm here. Well, it won't take long. We're boosting a greater involvement to these initiatives by private companies, by university, by research institutions would be ideal. This is very much what this meeting is about, putting all the actors together, research institutes, decision makers, politicians, and in a way, the conclusion is all too obvious, at least in theory, that we should cooperate, especially in this extremely difficult period. We can't afford to go backward. We're forced to progress, enhancing the competitiveness of our students, of our research institutions, of research and development sectors everywhere they are. I mean, it goes without saying, I accept this idea and I promise we'll try to do more.
Okay, any other intervention from the floor? Clara.
Information
1 minute left and we go to break.
Just in italiano o in italiano. Come regolatore,
as a representative of the regulation authority, I can say that we are paying attention to the implementation of pilot projects, aiming at fostering innovation, even in agreed sector and regulated sectors, and in particular, the distribution and transport networks for natural gas aimed at innovation projects and the use of renewable gases. Now, this is a very first step towards the right direction. There are different ways to provide support to these initiatives. And on our site, you will find a section devoted to electric vectors that, speaking of schools, can be an extremely valuable source of information. That's all I wanted to say.
Okay, everyone, there's tons of things to discuss, of course, still again, but we have to go for a lunch refresh break. We're already 17 minutes late, so thanks a lot to all the panelists for an amazing debate. I'm super happy it went more or less pretty smooth so far, and really we should continue on time. We will reopen at 2 o'clock. I mean, the webinar technology-wise will continue and be online, but we will start sharp at 2 o'clock again, so I hope you can rush to your kitchens quickly. No need to go to a restaurant. Not possible anyway. So see you at 2 o'clock again. Again, thanks a lot for this fantastic debate since 9 o'clock in the morning. And now with this panel, it's extremely exciting and refreshing and motivating. So see you later at 2 o'clock. And thanks a lot for everyone.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye.
There's no clapping function from the audience. We should have this.
Bye. Bye, everyone. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Okay, everyone.
Okay.
The attendance list is coming up as well. So I'm very happy now to open the energy efficiency session in the afternoon. And I explained it already this morning. I mean, the morning sessions were in the framework of a renewable energy project that we have together with the European Commission. And this afternoon is in the framework of a Horizon 2020 project, which is called the Energy Efficiency Watch, and which is a long-standing project of EUFORES plus several friends, among them Daniel Becker from Navigant. Well, I'm very happy that now we go into this energy efficiency session to learn, first of all, a little bit about what's going on in Italy, what's coming from Brussels. And then in the second part, especially Daniel will bring us into a very challenging debate about how we can find convincing narratives and storylines to get citizens and other decision makers on board. But Daniel will let you know much, much more. So now we open first the session number 5, the EU energy efficiency policy implementation in Italy. And I would like to invite now Daniel Becker. He's the director at Navigant and a long-standing, good, old, close friend, to give us that introduction about where we go with the project today and what we have in mind. So Daniel, now the floor is yours. I switch to you. Do you have PowerPoint now?
I didn't bring any slides. I just will give a bit of introduction. I think it's easier to follow if we don't overwhelm each other with too much written stuff.
But Daniel, one thing, did you put your language on English?
Let me double check. Normally it should be. Yes, it says it is on English.
Okay, perfect, because then it's in the right channel. Yes,
okay,
excellent.
Good.
Go ahead.
Okay. So, yeah, thank you very much. And buongiorno a tutti. That is all Italian that I can actively bring across. So I'll speak in English. As Jan said, Energy Efficiency Watch has been a long-standing project. So just a bit of background, what we are doing now. The first
faccio il punto delle attività.
In 2007, when the process of national energy efficiency action plan making was at its very start. And by then, the question was, can we define policies for energy efficiency, for triggering energy efficiency, that at that point in time were very much on a theoretical basis? Can they be put into practice, and can they become effective? So that was, at that moment in time, not clear whether that could happen, given the complexity, or the, compared to renewables, higher complexity of energy efficiency when it comes to policy instruments. So what we examined was basically what was written down by EU member states in the national energy efficiency action plans. We refined that gradually and added more information to it. And after watch number 3, when we closed that project in 2011-12, it was clear that the process of defining policies amongst the member states had been much more successful than initially hoped for. So that is per se, in terms of translating abstract concepts into effective policies, that has been a success story. However, what has been lagging and is still lagging today is implementation in terms of market penetration, so to say. So concrete implementation of good practice policies into real life. And we then at that stage came by various findings and feedback from the communities we were talking to, we came to the conclusion that this issue is not that much related to the design of the policies, but by the consensus in society about those policies. So basically, behind each successful policy, there has to be what we call then a narrative that paves the way to societal acceptance. Or in other words, in those countries where policies have been successfully implemented, a positive narrative supporting that policy could be detected. So those policy approaches survived, for example, changes in government or so. Whilst in other contexts where the issue pro or con energy efficiency policy was very much in the amidst the ideological debate, that was a big issue. Therefore, Energy Efficiency Watch has a core work package which aims for assessing the narratives that are around in various EU member states and learning about those. So basically, what is a narrative? A narrative is not only energy efficiency is serving for climate change, but also which co-benefits, what has been called co-benefits beforehand, can be tackled. But let's not use the term co-benefit that much, as it implies this was maybe less important. So let's think how we can win over those parts of society that are not primarily focused so far on climate protection, but that have other priorities on top of their list. In the morning session, we had a couple of examples. For example, when it was mentioned that renewable energies form an important industrial factor or are at the start to do so, that even technologies can be exported, etc. So the economic argument plays a key role, but there are others like clean air, like also a social dimension regarding energy poverty, etc. So the aim of this session and this panel would be to learn from you what your experience is, where those narratives until today stand, whether you have experienced examples, positive or negative, of such narratives, and whether we can take them into account. What at the end of the Energy Efficiency Watch we will do with it is we will develop 10 case studies where we say this is the way how narratives helped policies to be properly implemented. So that is the overarching question with which I would like to enter this session. And we will listen very attentively 2 or 3 speakers and then deepen that in the subsequent discussion. With that, I would like to give the floor to Paolo Bertoldi from the EC Joint Research Center. Yeah, we are keen on learning what your perspective on the topic is. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much for the nice introduction. My name is Paolo Bertoldi. I work for the European Commission Joint Research Center, and I am an energy efficiency policy analyst for many years. I've done similar work to the Energy Efficiency Watch project, analyzing basically national energy efficiency policies. And I have a short presentation for you. So if you kindly go to slide number 3, where there is a graph of the EU 2030 energy efficiency target. This graph shows basically the 2020 to 2030 targets of the EU in primary energy. We got very near in 2014, and then consumption grew up again, and we are more or less stable, still not yet reaching the 2030 target. I don't know if the COVID crisis will make us reach it, but certainly is an exceptional year. And then you will see that to get to 2030 target minus 30% is still a long way. So basically the first key message, all the policy, energy efficiency policy we have now are not enough, will not most probably drive us because economic growth, increasing in transportation, more appliances, more service, more internet will bring us to an increase in consumption. Not only with efficiency, we can keep it more or less stable, but not really go down a lot as in the target. Next slide is a very busy slide, but it tells you that there are still barriers. I mean, working 30 years now on energy efficiency, and there are still behavioral, organizational, market, financial barriers, for example, split incentives, when the landlord and the tenant have different views on investment efficiency, condominium law, where different owners may have different views and may block an energy efficiency renovation of an apartment block, or inertia and high risk associated with energy efficiency project, and reluctance to change, both in industry, in buildings, in transportation. So the policy basically has to remove these barriers. And if you go to slide number 5, key policy instruments, you see that over the 30 years, both at national level and European level, we have adopted a number of instruments from regulation, very successful, very important, a lot of financial incentives, information of citizens, of companies, more technical information for experts, auditors, trainers. The audit itself in industry is very important eye-opener to make aware the company of energy efficiency potential and possible project and payback time. Qualification and training of experts. Then we introduce market-based instruments, for example, the energy efficiency obligation, the white scheme certificate in Italy. Sometimes voluntary initiative by the business and the sectors, and also
Paolo, sorry, could you speak a little bit more slowly and closer to the phone so that the interpreters can hear you better?
Okay, I will do this.
But
so,
keep on going. Yeah.
In any case, okay, I hope it's better now. These slides give you an idea how complex is the picture of energy efficiency policies. There is not one single policy, there are many, and we need all of them. Turning now to Europe, we have some major energy efficiency policies for a number of years that are starting to deliver, but are one component. We should never forget the national and even the local policy, the policy that cities adopt. Turning now to the EU policy, you're all very much familiar with the Energy Performance of Building Directive, which was adopted initially in 2002 and last amended the last year, 2 years ago now, 2018. Introduced basically the obligation for member states to have building standards for new buildings and for existing building when renovated. Introduce the energy performance certificate, the kind of label for buildings very often implement a national level from A to G in a very similar manner to the appliance label. And then introduce also the concept of long-term renovation strategies that member states have to submit to the Commission. I will come back to this. Then we have the Energy Efficiency Directive, started in 2012 and amended as well in 2018. It's a more like umbrella directive with a lot of different articles, ranging from setting member state targets to Article 7, which impose the energy supply obligation or alternative schemes, the obligation to renovate central buildings, central government buildings, the obligation to do audits, the need to provide real metering and billing be based on metering, and also promote the concept of energy performance contracting and ESCOs. Then we have the Eco-Design Directive, which covers energy-related product, which started in 2005. And now in Europe, most of our products tend to be efficient, refrigerators, televisions, boilers, and is also complemented by the Energy Labeling Directive, which allow to put a label on each appliance at point of sale. And finally, energy efficiency is also part of the governance regulations, where member states have to submit now the national energy and climate plans, which have just arrived and are under assessment by the commissions. Before that, we added the national energy efficiency action plans under the Energy Efficiency Directive. And the plans really improved from the first one back in 2007 to the last one in 2017. We've seen some improvement in the strategy of member states to improve efficiency, the range of policies, and also the financial commitment to support these policies. Just a slide to show the impact of the PVD. So the building codes for residential buildings or the requirements have come down towards the net zero energy requirement in a sample of member states. And you can see how they were very different in the end, and now they converge in 2020. So the impact of European policy is certainly important and felt at the member state level. But it's very important, I will say, that the member states have really to implement this policy and force them, do control, inspections, training, etc. Now moving to the next slide, slide 8, building renovation strategy. The attention of the Commission is now on the renovation of buildings. Because the majority of buildings in Europe are existing buildings, many of those have been built before energy performance standards were adopted. Many of these buildings will be in place in 2050, the date by when we have to decarbonize our economy. The energy renovation rate is very low, it's only 1% per year, and so it will take about 100 years if we go along this pace. So we need to increase the renovation rate, at least by bring it up to 3% per year or more, and also have a deeper renovation, not anymore incremental renovation, because maybe the time that comes the next renovation, a good 20 years pass. So it's important when we do the renovation, we try to go towards net zero energy buildings or passive house standards, whatever it is, but low energy consumption. And as you know, have you heard this morning, the Green Deal by the Commission has proposed a building renovation wave, a big initiative to renovate existing buildings in the European Union. Next slide. Just to tell and remind you the main co-benefit of energy efficiency. We don't save energy only, we don't reduce emission, carbon emission, but we also increase the value of the property. We also improve the indoor climate and air quality, so better temperature inside, better air quality if we have a ventilation with filters. By reducing its demand, we also may improve the air quality in big cities. And we know, for example, in northern Italy, the problem of air quality in the winter period when there is heating on. And so if we have better buildings, reduce this, the combustion of fossil fuels will improve the air quality, and this is really something very important for citizens. We may also reduce energy poverty, and I may just highlight that most of the COVID crisis we are now suffering will make this issue even more important. Already 50 million households are in energy poverty, and so if we insulate the house, they will spend much less to heat their buildings, and everybody has the right to have a heated building in winter or a good indoor quality. And finally, we can create a lot of local jobs, and that's very important again in the frame of the current crisis. And many of these jobs are local jobs, are in the construction sector, are craftsmen who we go about insulating buildings, installing renewables in building, installing ventilation, new boilers, etc. Next slide. The policies, I say, there are many, and many are effective, and very much depend on their national implementation, how they are presented, implemented, blended with other policies. So there is not a single solution. It's very important always to take into account the distributional impact, that nobody is left out from the policies or is disadvantaged, and try also to fight the so-called rebound effect. When we install something more efficient, there is a tendency to take advantage and increase the usage, for example, increase in indoor temperature. So policy have also always to have also an information campaign associated with them. Finally, I move very quickly to the conclusion. Energy efficiency is a key component of the decarbonization of the European economy, in particular in the building sectors, where we don't have, we can install renewables, but we have a large heating consumption based on fossil fuels. And so first we have to reduce this one, and then we can compensate this one with the renewables, with heat pumps. The national and the measures complement the EU. There is a good symbiosis. They're based on EU measures, but especially on the financial part, it's mainly left to member states, and it's very important. Now, we have received the national energy and climate plans. These are under analysis. Not all of them have arrived. Some member states still have to submit it, but it is very important to see what are the new strategy towards 2030s. In addition, as I said, under the Energy Performance of Building Directive, there is also the long-term renovation strategies, which they go to 2030 and 2050. So we want now member states to adopt a long-term strategy for renovation of building as a key area of implementation of energy efficiency. And finally, we should never forget that there are so many co-benefits that is really worth for member states to invest in efficiency, to give a boost to the local economy, and to make our buildings much better place to live for all our citizens. I thank you very much for your attention. I hope I've been short enough and clear enough to convey my message to you. Have a nice afternoon.
Thanks a lot, Paolo. That's always a challenge to rush through energy efficiency policy history like this. It was an amazing overview. And I would like to see if among the attendees there are some questions. Probably for those who were not here in the morning, you can push a button on your screen which says raise your hand, which shows such a hand. I see then all the questions in here, and I give you then the audible floor. One important thing is, before you speak, change the interpretation language to your language that you speak, so that our interpreters can hear you well. Okay, I have at the moment one question. I'll wait a few seconds more, but please don't be shy. You have now the time to ask Paoli more things. And I would like to invite now Anne van Eycken. Anne, I'll give you now the sound.
Mute now.
Okay, please present yourself, who you are, where you come from, and did you choose the English channel?
Well, good afternoon. Dus I don't have dus that, let's say dus that channel dus for Spanish or English on my screen. So I didn't manage to do that. So I don't.
Okay.
But I
big
will
question for the future. The reason is usually that you have to update your
I was trying it this morning, but I was already connected and I could not manage it anymore. So that was a problem. So that's for next time. So I'm Anne van Eycken from the solar shading industry, dus European solar
shading industry organizzazione.
What I see in dus the energy efficiency presentations always, that they still are looking very much to heating, all the other devices, but not to the solar shading technology. And the solar shading technology is a typical technology to prevent overheating in buildings. And when you look at the guidelines of the new EPBD revision, there solar shading is explicitly included as a measure for the heat waves, just to combat the heat waves. And when you see already the temperature in Belgium, it's over 20 degrees today and already for some time. So you can imagine that in summertime, we will have maybe also over 40 degrees. So solar shading technology should really be included more explicitly in these energy efficiency policies. That is a little bit my, let's say, just my appeal, to include it also in the presentations.
Okay, good. Any reaction on it, Paolo? If not, I don't see.
I can only say that I agree. I didn't want to enter into any specific technologies perspective, but stay in the policy side. But yes, everything that is passive that helps to have a better indoor climate is very much welcome.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, there are no more questions from the attendees, so I would like to move over now to Gianni Girotto. Good friend, good to see you again, Gianni. Gianni is a member of the Senate of the Republic of Italy. He will speak English, if I'm right, or Italian. You can choose. You just have to choose the right language on your screen so that the interpreters hear you. I unmute you, so you should be able to speak soon. Yeah,
okay,
now your microphone is on, Gianni. Here you go.
Okay, I will try in English.
Yeah, as you wish. It's really your choice. And Gianni, you will tell us about the story around energy efficiency, how to make energy efficiency attractive for stakeholders and society. And I know you have a lot of experience in Italy how to do that, actually. So, Gianni, your floor.
Okay, I will speak just about one thing we made in the last 2 months. Of course, you know that with the Clean Energy for All package, Europe has introduced a new set of rules about renewables and energy efficiency. 2 months ago, Italian Parliament has approved an amendment which allows the creation of energy communities, or more specifically, renewable energy communities here in Italy. And for us, this is a complete new rule. Italian citizens couldn't deploy renewable energy communities since 2 months ago. Actually, and just because we have tried to be as fast as possible, this is not the complete, the final new rule. It's just an experimental one, working, but limited to 200 kilowatts of maximum power. And I repeat, just for time issues. Next year, we will deploy the full rule, the full new regulament. And also we are waiting 2 other things to start. One will come from the ministry and one from the regulatory agency, because both have to decide how much the economic incentive will have to be for the citizen that will decide to build such new energy community. Of course, virus emergency is causing many delays, but I'm working to push such decision to be taken as fast as possible in order to give our citizens the possibility to start. We already have some starting project, especially coming from some energy cooperative we have in Italy. We don't have so much energy cooperative like in the North Europe, but we have some, and they are really interested and willing to start. So to make it short, we want to use such new configuration to speed up the building requalification pace. We are completely devoted to speed up building requalification pace, and that now is low. And because until 2 months ago, here in Italy, the people living in the apartment blocks in the condominium couldn't use the energy coming from a photovoltaic plant on the roof. And I repeat, until 2 months ago, the people living on the apartment blocks could not use such energy in their apartments. It was simply illegal, not technical, not technical problems, but legal problem. Now they will able to be, and therefore they will be able to change their boilers. I mean the heating system, the central heating system that now is based, of course, on fossil fuel and, of course, methane, CH4, of course. In addition, we are working to raise the economic incentives for citizens who wants to improve their building, I mean their energy efficiency. And I'm speaking about tax expenditure. We have a set of policies on tax expenditure for citizens who wants to improve their buildings. And the ministry said that they want to improve such tax expenditures, to raise up. So my personal target is to explain to the people, to citizens, that we really can greatly reduce our energy consumption now, with a very short payback time. I mean, with the rules we have now, we can have a 3 years time of payback time. But we want to shorten this payback time by improving, by raising up the tax expenditure. And the ministry is working hard on this. So, of course, we are working on a list of other policies regarding renewables and energy efficiency, energy poverty. And this is my main commitment and my main business as the chief of the Industry Commission. We have many problems to solve, but for now I stop here because this is now our main goals.
We cannot hear you, Jan.
Jan, you are muted.
Sorry, sometimes even I do these mistakes. So again, thanks, Gianni, for that insight. And I'm looking now again to the attendees to see if there's a question to you, well, another question to the Senate. What's going on? What's in the pipeline? So if someone raises hand. If not, I'm waiting a few seconds still. If not, I would say we are now fully on time, which is very good. Then I would move over to Dario Di Santo, Director of the Italian Federation for Energy Efficiency. And Dario will be speaking in English, is that correct?
Yes, it is correct.
You have the English flag on, very good. I give you the spotlight now. You have a PowerPoint presented, perfect. Dario, it's your choice now.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you to all the organizer of this very interesting webinar for inviting me. So I want to just start with the main question, which was in the agenda for my speech. And it is, if energy efficiency makes business sense, why do some invest and others don't? And I will add, does energy efficiency really make business sense? Well, when we speak about energy efficiency, usually we consider it cost effective. Of course, it is cost effective when it is avoiding waste and inefficient uses. In these cases, we don't need investment too, in many cases. And we have a lot of energy efficiency solutions which are cost effective. There are others that need public support, for example, deep renovation of buildings. But generally speaking, we can say that energy efficiency is cost effective. By that meaning that it is in line with the requirements that, for example, CFOs fix for choosing to approve an investment in their companies. I'd like to highlight also another way of making energy efficiency, which is changing behaviors and rethinking businesses. This requires investment, of course, and also a different mindset, that is smart minds. We talk a lot about smart meters, smart networks, smart cities, but in order to have this equipment working in a smart way, we need smart minds. The interesting fact with changing behaviors and rethinking businesses is that it allows to grasp much more than the other options. And I really think this is fundamental to reach the decarbonization targets. And so we need to think about changing the way we live and passing from a step-by-step path to leaps that can allow us to move really faster. Just a brief example about transportation, which is the other priority in the 2030 horizon about policy. It is not to move from fossil fuel driving cars to electric ones. Of course, this is important, we need to do it. But really we have to think about our need to move. For example, through smart working, through these web conferences, we can really drop the need to move. And the interesting thing is that if we don't move, it doesn't matter if we have an electric car or if we have, for example, a Euro 3 diesel car. There will be no emission. This is the interesting part. So first of all, change our mindset about decarbonization. That said, we can say that energy efficiency is usually cost effective, but that doesn't mean that it does make business sense. And that is because it is unattractive. It is unattractive because, for example, it is complicated. It requires qualified operators, energy managers, energy experts, and so on. Its performance can be directly measured, and this is a problem, for example, with incentive schemes. It is not easy to communicate. Just look at environmental and sustainability report from large companies. You find a lot of photovoltaics of wind energy, but not so much about energy efficiency. It affects and impacts the existing assets, and that means you have to put your hands on such assets in order to implement energy efficiency actions. And last but not least, it isn't core business, and then it isn't a priority. So even if from a rational point of view, it makes sense, from an emotional point of view, usually it doesn't. And you can think about your attitude and your approach to energy efficiency at home, for example, to see if this is true for you also or not. So my question is there any possibility to make energy efficiency more attractive? And yes, I think there is an answer. Both Daniel and Paolo already spoke about co-benefits. I here speak about all the non-energy positive effects of energy efficiency. And by the way, the M-Benefits project tries to evaluate them a company side, whereas the other speakers refer to countryside. And the interesting thing is that if we think about that, we see how energy can improve the value proposition of companies, so the way they do business, and they can reduce their costs and the risks that they have to incur in to deliver such value proposition. So through assessing non-energy benefits, companies can produce more value for their shareholders and for society, increase their assets value and image, and free resources to grow and to compete. This is very important. And also families can live in a building which is more comfortable, more healthy, more safe, even more smart. So through non-energy benefits, we can really link energy and energy efficiency with what matters to people who decide if investing is good or not. That said, why do some invest in energy efficiency? Well, there are many reasons. One of them is there are people who care, lead and think differently. So they really care about environment, they really care about sustainability. And so sometimes they even don't need cost effectiveness to implement actions. Then there are other people, other companies who are triggered, for example, by energy audits or energy managers or good market operators who can highlight the benefits of energy efficiency. In other cases, it is just a question of having good leaders, good entrepreneurs, good CEO that can assume responsibilities about rational use of energy, set targets and plan how to reach them. Of course, if you have an energy management system like ISO 50001, all this can be more easier. Then there are people who understand how they can use energy benefits to really link energy with their core business. And we started seeing also this transformation in the last years. Finally, we have some people who just do what they are obliged to do. So this highlights the importance of obligations and minimum requirements. So I really agree with Paolo when he says we need all the set of different policies to achieve our targets. And there are also people who look for incentives. In this case, incentives are not needed to make energy efficiency cost effective, but to direct the attention of people towards energy efficiency action. Finally, we have a lot of investment to do in the next decade, and so maybe equity will not be enough. So it is very important to try to push energy performance contract, third-party financing in general, and also the capitalization and the growth of ESCOs and utilities, which deals with energy efficiency. So these are some of the points that explain why some people invest. And by the way, there are some tools that can be used to ensure that this happens in terms of policies. I'd like to close my presentation by mentioning the ESMO project, which is another Horizon 2020 financed project, which aims is just to assist and support policymakers, ministries and agencies in all EU member states in implementing and designing good energy policies to reach the targets towards 2030 and also beyond. So thank you for your attention, and I'm available for the debate.
Thanks a lot, Dario. So I would say we are looking again to the attendees. If there is questions to Dario or probably also to the other speakers before. So again, I'll wait 10 seconds, push the button with the hand so that I see that you have a question. Probably, I don't know, Paolo, I unmuted you. Probably you also want to come in with a question or a comment, probably. Okay, so there's one. Oh, that's gone away again. So I would say that we now go into the coffee break because it's the first session after lunch break, the toughest hour of the day. That we take a short break and that we continue at 3 o'clock sharp. Just get some more coffee and a little walk, and then we are back. And then we go into the big discussion. I'm really looking forward to that. So see you in 14, 15 minutes. Okay.
Direi.
Okay, dear friends, it's now 3 o'clock. I would like to open now session number 6. And now I give the complete control to Daniel Becker, who's now guiding us through a panel debate, again with Gianni Girotto from the Senate, Paolo Bertoldi from the European Commission, Monica Frassoni from the European Alliance to Save Energy, Ana Moreno, CEO from IBIMI, and again, Dario Di Santo, Director of FIRE. So Daniel, the rest is yours now.
Thank you, Jan. Yeah, pleasure to host this discussion. And as said initially, what is of high interest and even more in the current Corona crisis is actually how to come up with convincing narratives why energy efficiency is something we want to establish more than is happening today. And we have seen many examples in the presentations. So, for example, Dario has presented a nice overview, a table with different triggers and motivations for people. So there is part of stakeholders who act out of conviction regarding relevance of decarbonization. There are many others who can only be reached by matters such as compliance or economic features or even others. And also in the other presentations, there were a number of good examples. What could be triggers of the future? So when it comes to economic recovery, which role can, for example, the regional economy and its boost play when it comes to building renovation, etc.? So what is the link between instruments and incentives that we need and the necessary story that needs to be told to reach not only that part of the population for whom decarbonization and ecological motivation ranks highest in their priorities. So I would be glad if we could deepen that a bit more in this debate. Maybe we open it by just the general question to the panelists. Are there examples that you've come across in your respective fields of work where such narratives, on the one hand, negative? Often we see a lot of negative narratives, why energy efficiency is not feasible, etc., have impacted the implementation, or what I would say in our context is more interesting because we can work with it and we can maybe in the next stage develop a pattern like how to sharpen that and further establish it. Positive narratives, how to win over those who could not be reached so far. So first question to the panelists, are there experiences you have made in that respect, how skeptics or people who were just indifferent could be reached? And we can deepen that then further on. So the floor is open. Is there anyone who would like to start with a maybe shining example for that?
Maybe I can start with my experience that is a different point of view from what we have seen till now. And it's especially related in Italy, but I know it's common in many other countries. And it is the lack of the skills among the installers of these technologies. And and it's difficult for someone that wants to spend money in the refurbishment of their house to ensure that who is coming to your roof or in your building really knows what it should do. There are so many bad experiences that, you know, in the quality system, you say that for every bad experience, you need 13 good experience in order to change this attitude. And so I think that this is really a big issue. And there was this European initiative that is called Upskills, where we have developed so many training system, qualification system, but nobody is asking, especially public administration are not asking for qualified people. So I think that this is really a big barrier, because if you pay money, but then you do not get the results you wish, that encourage other people to do it. So I think this is my opinion, one big issue.
If I can add a couple of things. Hello, this is Monica Frassoni. I wanted to make an example of narrative that we have heard also this morning. And that is that the usual narrative that is done by the Italian government, but this is not really a question of color, has been there all the time, is that we did really very well, we are very advanced, and therefore other people should do more now. Now, this is really not true. It's not based on facts. We are more efficient as a system in industry. We are completely inefficient in terms of buildings and not very efficient actually in terms of transport. So I think that in order to beat this narrative, we have to present facts. Another narrative that is very common in Italy in terms of energy efficiency is concerning the eco-bonus. Now, the eco-bonus is a great idea. The only little problem is that only 11% of the money invested, which is about 29 million euros over the last 10 years, is actually gone to making houses more energetically efficient. And therefore, we see that the impact on energy efficiency is limited. Here again, we need a narrative, and also we need facts, because I think that there has been some days ago a very interesting letter that has been sent to the government by a set of building industries and other kinds of industries, which actually ask, for example, for the stabilization of the bonus, but also because now every year, you know, you have to basically fight for it. You're almost sure that it will be postponed, but in reality, the situation is that you don't know. So the question of the stabilization of the bonus is interesting, is important, but in order to beat the narrative that we did enough, we also need to obtain that the government is more sensitive to the fact that there is a lot of things to do and there is a lot of money to be done by insisting on this. Last point on the narrative. In Italy, there is, in this very moment, about 500 million euros, I said it this morning, that are unspent money specifically on energy efficiency. So it would be very interesting to use this fact in order to make things, if you want, easier for people.
Thank you very much for those contributions. Are there more panelists who want to contribute at this stage?
Well, I can. I was trying to give a precedence to the new speakers, let's say so. Yes, I tried to stick with the question from Daniel about the positive part, so the narratives of success. I have some examples. For the first one is ST Microelectronics, that 20 years ago already used to plan reduction of energy consumption and emissions over time, like we do now, thanks to, for example, ISO 50001. And that was well before you introduced EN 60001. And this is an example of how a good CEO, a CEO who cares about energy efficiency and sustainability, can really change the way companies work and extend their vision beyond the quarterly earnings figures that unfortunately drive so many companies nowadays. Secondly, an example more recent is ERA, the multi-utility in the northern part of Italy. in which there is a mix about the CEO comes from the energy department, and an attention to the multiple benefits of energy and the other resources. And so in such cases, you can see how, thanks to the energy management system and thanks to the cooperation between different departments, such companies are really able to understand how energy can help their core business to grow. So it isn't just to reduce their bills, it is much more. Yeah? And last, I think about also what Anna Moreno said on the public sector. We have a problem in the public sector because theoretically we need to push and to promote different thinking. So courage to go beyond the business as usual. But for example, the idea of having a responsibility for public officers, the risks of tax damage under the Court of Auditors isn't helping, because such type of policies, in fact, hampers people who want to do more, because they can be frightened. And if they do more, there is a higher risk that someone will arrive and say, no, you are wrong because you are doing something that is causing a damage in economic term of public expenses. And last for the speech, I think incentives have to be handled with care. They can be very useful, but they are really dangerous, because if you don't manage them well, you create disaster. In Italy, we had first the topic of photovoltaic incentives, afterwards white certificates. So the risk is if you give too much money, then you finish with a blockade against the objective of such incentives. And for example, we are seeing now people pushing for example, tax deduction at 19%, which is really too much. So, okay, if you pay for me my house renovation, I will do it for sure, but I don't think it is sustainable in economic terms. So we have to find the right balance. And I mean, if people care about sustainability, they understand that they can improve their life, their businesses, their buildings, thanks to energy efficiency, they will do it if they have resources. If they don't have, then there are many different policy measures that can be introduced to help, for example, fuel poverty people and so on.
Thank you very much.
May I say something?
Yes, please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to state that, as was in my first slide, the 32.5% target at 2030 is really big and needed a change. But if we move and look at 2050 decarbonization, is really even more challenging. And if we expect to meet this with efficiency, which make economic sense, or let's say with efficiency share, is really important. And so talking about success stories doesn't work. What we can say is there's some good experience, we have some good policy, but we need a transformative change of our economy and rethinking completely the energy usage. So we have basically two major components. And so far we put a lot of emphasis always on the technologies. And it's a good start point, but it's not enough. Let's, for example, look at the example of transportation. I mean, the efficient car, the electric car will not solve if you don't have a good public transportation system, if we don't go back to cycling and walking in cities. And and what it translates this into buildings, if we look at the 2050 perspective, maybe it start to look also a new concept and for example, a sufficiency. It is not only good to say, okay, you insulate your buildings, you have efficient things, and then you're free to do whatever you want. Perhaps there is some social implication, and say, do we have the right to emit at such a level, or do we put some limit in terms of personal life, buildings, and so on and so forth. And what is just enough service that you need to have a well-being, to have a comfortable life, maybe spread out everybody without using too many resources, and in particular energy resources. Because frankly speaking, having the illusion that renewables will supply 100% of all energy users, and they fully decarbonize the transportation sector and the building sector, so the heating, the cooling, and everything, is quite an assumption that is very expensive and most probably, I don't know how much feasible. So the question of limiting energy consumption must be put there on the table, and so far has been always avoided. I mean, the only scientific body that raises this is the IPCC, but it sometimes is not taken serious by the policymakers. So this is my call. Say that to be optimistic is always good, but we have to be realistic, seeing what is needed to reach the 2050 decarbonization target, and most probably look beyond efficiency and looking also sufficiency. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Further contributions wanted, or otherwise we can do a quick...
Yes.
Yes, please go ahead. Yeah.
Grazie. Sì, grazie. Io sono perfettamente d'accordo con quello che ha appena detto.
Frankly speaking, I fully agree with Paolo Bertoldi. We mention renewables, their advantages, the advantages of moving towards a change within our energy mix. But it is equally important to change our habits, behavior, and to reduce the waste of energy. And we waste a lot because of our lifestyle, because of our industrial processes. And that is precisely why we should support small and medium enterprises in order to improve all the self-contained processes and prevent them from being energy intensive. So there are alternative technologies enabling small companies, small plants to reduce energy consumption. Let's take ammonia production. Well, I think that it might take a while, but the production process, the manufacturing process, can be improved from the energy consumption standpoint. So we should try to identify all the critical points and reduce energy consumption. Of course, we have to propose arguments to citizens. But you see, I mean, the energy consumption of the citizens is much lower, or rather has a lesser impact than a whole industrial compound. So, renewables alone, this strategy alone can't really solve the problem.
Posso fare un'osservazione rispetto a quello che...
No, I reply.
Yes, I fully agree with what has been said, but I also believe that we need to clarify that in this moment we have at the European level and at national level frameworks that can be used in order to do exactly that. And the issue is that, above all, if you speak about energy efficiency in buildings, the difficulties that are regulatory, financial, administrative, cultural, etc., are what really prevented, at least in our country, the possibility, together with the narratives I was talking before, we are the best, etc., etc., to make of this huge, huge potential a real game changer. And I think that that is our issue now, because at European level, there will be lots of money coming. I talked about the 500 million euros already there. There is this renovation wave that is going to be presented by the Commission. We have the directive that has to be better implemented. There are a lot of proposals which are very concrete that can be done, but we need the support from the Italian Parliament from one side and the regional governments in order to make it work. Because unfortunately, the implementation of all this has been hampered by many problems that is not only bureaucracy. So I think that we need to have a plan which is much more ambitious than the one we have today, and that uses at best the resources that are there and that will come. And just another phrase, what makes me more frightened in the crisis today is not the amount of money, but is how our own country will spend it. Because I hear talking about going back on, you know, environmental taxation. I hear, you know, just make a pardon, etc., etc. So I think that if we can use and make it evident that there are all these arguments, all these instruments, I think we will be much more convincing. And we, from Brussels and from the different industries, we have to make the life of politicians easier.
Thanks a lot, Monica. Maybe to hook on with another question referring to that. So what has been said so far is that in principle there is money, but there are a lot of barriers around, especially when it comes to dedicated spending of the money. And maybe, so that is the narrative that goes, we have done enough, others should do their homework in between while we take a break. That implies that energy efficiency is still perceived as a burden.
Yeah.
So the question would be, can that be turned around? Do we see potential that we can overwrite this narrative or this picture, correct this picture, that energy efficiency was a burden, that's something that we don't really want to do, but we have to, and say, no, we turn it into something that we actively want, and where we take the money, but where we are not sort of only take the measures because we are swamped with, for example, tax rebates or so, but where we actually want to do it. And the question linked to it is, which roles can business models play here? So what we see, maybe quick example to illustrate a bit what I mean with the question, what you see in the renewables scene in Germany, but also in other countries, I've come across this, is that there are lots of startups developing, for example, smart solutions for whatever, combining PV systems with electric vehicles so that you can really fuel your electric vehicle with power virtually coming from your roof when you are underway or so. So the innovative approaches, business approaches, so those business models automatically popularize, well, here not exactly energy efficiency, but more renewables, but the same thing is imaginable in the field of energy efficiency. So is it maybe a way that we say we take care that more innovative businesses and business models are entering the market to popularize the idea? So not only to have the tool like inserting more and more public money to hope that it triggers something, but actually say there are other engines in society. So maybe that as a question, as an open question for debate, what are your opinions on this? Do you see short to midterm chances for this? How can this, could this be triggered and converted into positive narratives?
Well, the ESCO model is the one that we have. But the problem in Italy, I mean, Dario and others can tell much more than me, but the problem in Italy is that there are too little actors and they don't get the credit from the banks. And also there is all this discussion about the condominium, the buildings, but I would say that that is the biggest issue. And this would be even worse even now with the crisis. Also, till recently, the question was also that we are a country with a lot of deficit and a lot of debt, sorry. But now with the new interpretation of the accounting rules, beside the fact that the Stability Pact has been lifted, we could really use it much better with the energy's performance certificate. So there are ways, but it must be done more easy, and that's why the Commission put a lot of money also in training and facilitating, but I have not the impression that they have reached who they have to reach.
Could the energy communities be a vehicle towards that?
Perhaps Dario knows best, or Paolo.
Paolo, please go ahead.
Yes,
yeah.
no, I don't go really as far as the energy communities, but we have published now 2 reports on the one-stop shop concept. So if you look at the condominium with different owners, this is typical in Italy, in urban area, they don't have an interest. They are always scared to be tricked by somebody. So even the concept of the ESCO getting something for free, then you pay back is not believed. You really need something that is in between, that represents the consumer. And it works very well in different countries of Europe at very much local level. So one-stop shop that provide the information to the end user, put all the contractors together so you don't have to do several different quotation for the plumber, for the electrician, for the people putting the insulation, but they take care of one single package, assuring the quality is very important, and then attaching the financial proposal. It could be a loan, as a low-cost loan, could be an incentive. They can package according to what best is for the individual building or condominium, and then they follow through the work and deliver. And I think all of this is needed. Just throwing incentive is not enough. I mean, in Italy, we have the most, I think the highest incentive of all Europe with the tax deduction. It goes up to 80%. And still we see very few apartment blocks getting insulation, because that's what we need really. So you need really somebody, most probably promoted by the public authority, to be on the side of the citizens, working them through all the renovation process, which is not easy. I understand why there is a lot of reluctance, because it not only costs money, but you have maybe workers around your buildings, you have a lot of other disruption. But this organization, one-stop shop, can present this in a positive way, showing that it can be done, it can be financed, and it can be also of good quality. So this is one possible solution. Thank you.
May I say something?
Yes, please, Anna. Yeah.
I have two considerations. One is from the point of view of citizens and users, that I think that we have sold the wrong message, because we should say more that improving the energy efficiency means to improve the quality of life. And especially now that there are so many people dying, we can explain that doing the refurbishment, you can improve the quality of the air in your apartment. You can control the change of air, pollution, and so on. I think this is very important, and it has always been considered as a side effect, but I think that we need to sell this concept to the people. And the side effect is that you decrease your electricity bill. Because in the end, the electricity is still cheap, I would say, for the middle wage people. So it's not really that matters, but improve the quality of life, I think that is of interest of anybody. The second aspect instead is more technical. In this time, I am the president of the Association for Building Information Modeling Professionals. And I think that BIM is the main tool to make transparent what you want to achieve, and also transparent how much it will cost and how much it will take. But again, in order to do it, you need to ensure the quality of the professionals that are modeling. So, but it's really well known that from the design phase to the management of the building, sometimes you have a factor of 3 or even 4. So you design a nearly zero building, and then it comes up that that is not true. And this is because the design is wrong, but also the construction and installations are wrong. So the BIM allows to make under control all the process, and any decision can be taken in the virtual world before you go into the real world. So I think that this is a very important key for the future, and people should use more and more BIM to make simulation. It's also a tool, user-friendly tool to make a condominium to understand what you are going to do. So probably you will find a better consensus if you use these tools in the correct way, of course. And last point that is linked to this, that again, the public administration is not ready to manage this innovation. So the problem is also on the demand side, because even if you improve the offer, but the demand side is not ready, they could take the wrong choice because they do not understand what you are proposing. So I think that the demand from the public sector has really to improve. So the training, I don't know, awareness, whatever, but really is very poor. If you imagine we have almost 9,000 municipalities, and for sure they're not ready to this innovation.
Sorry, they are not ready, but they could be. I mean, for example, I am from Brescia. My mayor told me when he was wanted to accede to some European program, he said, "Listen, it's too complicated. I just take it from my budget, and I just go and do all the light more efficient." This is a pity. I mean, it's okay, but I think that there is a willingness to do this. It's only that we have to find a way to organize it in an accessible way.
Yes.
Dario, you want to? Yeah.
So it's true that we have money to spend. The problem is that such money is not labeled for energy efficiency or decarbonization. It's just money. So I can go to a bank, ask for a loan, and decide what to do with that money. Yes. It won't be money to be spent for energy efficiency, but this is never. I mean, there are important things. So the trick here is to try to find the way how energy efficiency can help us to reach the real needs of people, of companies, of public administration, and so on. And this is not true and simple, but we have to understand such mechanisms. Because, for example, we are carrying on a project, a business model, in fact, which is called Go Safe with ESI Europe. ESI Europe is a European project which aims to promote energy efficiency among small and medium enterprises by proposing a simplified energy performance contract with the possibilities also of third-party financing, but with a third-party assessment of a project and a cheap insurance for the performance of the energy efficiency or renewable energy project. Now, the idea is to sell energy efficiency, not as energy efficiency, but as Go Safe. You won't have any trouble with these projects. You will spend your money and be sure that you will get the performance that the supplier is promising you. And this is one option. I think many business models like that will develop in the next year. Secondly, we need good market operators, and we need a lot of information. But these things go together, because a lot of time we think of information directed only towards consumers. This is important, of course, but if I receive information saying, okay, you can use energy performance contract, or you can use heat pumps as a more efficient way to heating your house. And then when I try to search on the market companies who can implement such measure, and they say, no, it's not true. Don't use heat pumps, they don't work well. Or no, energy performance contract is too complicated, it's too costly. I will propose you something much easier. And that's a real problem, because of course the information the citizen receives, or also the company receives, is not enough without an energy manager or an expert to enable the consumers to really pretend this type of intervention. And also, I think that we shall reflect on the role of obligations and minimum requirements, because in many cases, you decide to make things when you have to do. For example, your building is decaying. Okay, I need to do something. Of course, if I have an obligation which is challenging, it goes beyond even, for example, the European minimum requirements. Everybody will stick to that requirements, and it will do it. And at that point, it will make use of the money available through tax credits or other measures we have on the market. Otherwise, if the idea is to accelerate such process, so I wish to do something on my building before I need to do it, that's very, very complicated, because or I pour a lot of money, but this isn't sustainable, or I have to change the mind of people, so that changing behaviors, or also that call towards energy sufficiency that Paulo told about before. But this is not true. And in any case, we need information for that too, to change minds, to help people understand. Now we have, in a certain sense, a good moment, because coronavirus is helping us to looking at things differently. So maybe we have to succeed in using such moment, deliver this new business model, this new possibility to change minds of people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Patty, there was a question from your side. Yeah.
Sì, visto che appunto quello appena detto Dario, non so se in Italia se c'è già
Dario, actually, I don't know whether in Italy we already have a stakeholders platform pulling together customers, citizens, suppliers, companies. And if there isn't, let's create it. But maybe information isn't rightly conveyed. Demand doesn't meet with supply. We don't know how to do things. Then let's create like a clearinghouse or a platform where best practices or good practices could be shared. I mean, I'm not reinventing the wheel. I'm following a platform that deals with circular economy. Would actually do that in the field of energy efficiency, because at the end of the day, we know that the very important everything is energy efficiency. So let's create a platform. Maybe there's something in Italy, maybe a pool of relevant major companies that talk to each other. Sort of we could develop such a place where citizens or whoever has an interest can actually make a contribution. Now, that's the future. I mean, it's actually sharing our expertise and our background. This is precisely what we're doing here together. I just received a mail from a student, or rather a message from a student who told me, thank you, I really learned something. I mean, that's a very sort of small example. Let's do it to a bigger scale. You know, there isn't such a platform today.
I can say that we don't have such a platform yet in Italy. We have some subjects which act as one-stop shops, especially in the public sector. For example, the agency, the energy agency in Emilia-Romagna, or the energy agency in Regione Liguria. And they are a good example of how a one-stop shop can help public administration in writing good tenders towards real energy performance contract, a real renovation of their buildings. I think that we should use in our best way what the new energy efficiency directive states, and I think that in the actual draft of transposition there is this platform that can be used this way. But we have to work ensuring that this happens, because otherwise it's not so sure. And I'm not sure that we just need one platform, or maybe more actors acting also locally, because yes, a national platform can help, but in a lot of cases, since we are speaking in many cases of small businesses, I think that we need also local actors to help this process.
Let me maybe just chime in here with another question. Would you see a differentiation between generations that you would say there is, because what you can easily detect, but it's often kind of quoted in the press a lot, but there's no quantifiable statistics or so, where that actually applies, but often younger people have a different attitude towards that. So they are more open for innovative business models. So you see, for example, often what we are talking about, this emerging new business models, they are being adopted more by a younger generation. So there are in times where, for example, renewable energy feed-in tariffs are going down, when you have a critical mass of companies that make money on those systems, that want to sell their system, they develop more services. So just as an example, where you just get the system and you kind of lease it, not buy it, and then when you remain in a certain consumption pattern, then your tariff is lower, even though there is no smart tariff being introduced by public authorities. It runs through that business model. And you see that younger people more easily understand this and therefore are the typical clients for that. So is there a pattern that we can detect? Is there maybe differentiation needed between generations, between the approaches, like when you analyze who is living where, how is the ownership structure of houses and flats? Is there maybe also a differentiation between urban areas and rural areas in terms of tackling that? So can that be an approach of being more sharp here?
If I may, I think that there is certainly a difference. I mean, now today, if you go around in Paris or in other big cities, young people do not consider the fact to have a car as a major, value. But that's also because there is a development of other kinds of mobility. So I think that we are talking about policies, and we are talking about resources to be given to certain policies. And so I think that certainly we can foster the behavior. I think that our main goal should be to put in place, to define a goal, and then, let's see, in this case, to reduce energy use, and to find the best way to do it, and the way in which, as somebody said, we will improve also the way in which people live. But I don't believe that there is necessarily a difference in generation. My mother is 82 years old, and she's a fanatic of not only bicycle, but also selective collection of waste, much more than a young person. So I think that that the issue here is to spot the right policies and to make things easier. And I believe that this, as far as Italy is concerned, is the major challenge as far as energy efficiency is concerned, and also the fact of spotting very specifically certain sectors, and buildings are, for me, the most promising one. Also transport and industry, but certainly buildings. And I believe, once again, that the responsibility of the Parliament, with the different auditions that you can do, with the different opinions, with the different kind of legislation that you can do, with the check on implementation, is really huge here.
Thank you. Paolo, you raised your hand.
Yeah, I want to say something very similar. So starting from the transportation, we see that the young generation don't need a car anymore. They can rent when they need to go outside the city, but then they like to move in the city with shared mobility. And they use a lot of apps to do this. And this is certainly a new trend. And so there are new business models offering shared rides, like Uber and other things, but maybe can be also not just one person, one car, maybe more person in the same car. Babacar is another example, and so on and so forth. So the challenge is how to bring this equivalent to the buildings. And for example, a lot of young people rent apartments so they can be informed when they rent on a app what is the likely expenditure, since they may be low income, on eating, on cooling, give preference to an efficient building, share space. Again, I think they don't mind to share, at least till they don't have a family with other people. And so, yes, there could be services that tap on this demand for sharing, and very much also going back to the sharing economy. That is, we always think about the circular economy, but not very much about the sharing economy. So you start to share goods, like transportation, maybe the car, the houses. For example, how many elderly people that we have in Italy have large apartments that they cannot get rid of, and maybe they like to have somebody to have a chat, facilitating also for them renting out part of the apartment maybe to young students coming to the cities. All this kind of tools that can enable people really to share the various parts of our economy. I see that coming transportation, but I see a long way from buildings. And maybe this could also be another way to optimize the space and have a better quality of life. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, Anna. Yeah.
I would like to make a comment also. I think that in this moment, the majority of young people do not own any house, so it's difficult to make a business model just considering what they can do. But I think that there were many projects, European projects, where they were developing some professional skill on like mediation, like facilitators. So we spoke before about this knowledge, the possibility to build a platform. But in any case, the old people or the majority of family will not use such platform. But this platform could be used by young people that go into the buildings and propose a solution based on their knowledge. So they are not installers, they are not selling electricity or plants, but they act as facilitators so that they can help these people to make the right decision. So I think that this could be a very interesting role because they are really open to these new technologies, but they cannot buy it. They will not know where to put to install them because they do not have a building. And there was another project where I was in, was the facilitator for energy performance contract. And again, that was the idea that the municipality would pay these people in order to find the best solution for the refurbishment of a school or offices. So I think that probably we should understand that the technologies are there, the money is there, but we need people to make the best use of both of them. And I think young people could be the right person.
Any final comments on that round of questions? I don't see any raised hands, so the moment is now. I hope I don't miss out anybody. I don't see any further raised hands, so therefore I think as it is time for wrapping up, let's do that. So I took notes, so I would like to thank you for those very important contributions. I think it was a lively discussion which brought up new aspects to it, not ultimate solutions, obviously, but that is not what we can expect. But I think it is always good to stretch one's minds. What we can see as a trend is that we say, yeah, Monica, would you want to make a remark? Yeah, no? Okay. Okay, just wave when you...
About
good.
What will be the follow-up, but
yes, we can go into that a little bit. So maybe just to conclude what we discussed and what were the outcomes. So we said basically money is not that much the issue, but the dedication of the money. Then there is an issue about mindset / focusing of mindset. So often a kind of reflex of political action is swamped with money, with subsidies, if you want to trigger action, and then it becomes very unspecific. So it's not really a sustainable impact it's having. So we said one solution might be that more business models are triggered. Here we said there are big issues, for example, when it comes to the skill set that established companies, especially in the building sector, tend to have. So the question is, how can that be boosted and triggered? Then we came to the point that we said it would be beneficial if there was a more differentiated approach established, for example, amongst generations, and also maybe we didn't deepen that so much, but I would assume it is there. There's a differentiation between urban and rural areas. The good message is that there are examples from all across Europe. So what we will do, and that is relating to what could be a follow-up in the Energy Efficiency Watch project, we will collect those elements of stories, of narratives from all across Europe, and will make that available in our case studies for mutual learning. That has proven to be successful also when it came to policy instruments that different EU member states had developed over the recent decade or a bit more. So we will also share these narrative approaches. I think apart from Energy Efficiency Watch, it may be very useful, especially under the Corona impact, if we keep eyes and ears open and practice active networking in who is doing what, how the funding that is being made available for economic recovery can be placed as efficiently, effectively as possible for triggering also the case of energy efficiency, maybe not only in the sense of swamping everything with subsidies, but rather more dedicated in the sense that we just discussed. That would be my sort of preliminary conclusion for our debate. Is there any addition that the panelists, like just one word that the panelists would like to throw in terms of conclusions and expectations for proceeding with this?
If I may say one
yes, Monica. Yeah.
I believe that we are entering now at European level in a very important moment. One is, of course, the implementation of the EPBD, the directive on buildings. And this will be very important in Italy. And I believe that it's something that is very important to make sure that this instrument is well used. And then there will be the raising of the targets, hopefully, at the European level from 40 to 55%, with all the consequences of the current legislation, and therefore also on the national plan. I believe that there must be, or there should be at least, a good connection between the national and the European level, at the level of the European Parliament, the level of the different companies, at the level of the different associations, in order to make sure that this is seen as a positive element and not as a burden. So I think that over the next months and years, these kind of exercises could be redone beside the question of the platform in order to make sure that this kind of swift information is going beyond the usual suspects. And thank you very much for hosting us, by the way.
Thank you. Yeah.
Okay. If I may add something.
Dario? Yes.
I also agree.
Yeah.
Paolo, please.
Yeah, Paolo. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, also very much I agree, and it was part of my presentation, that on efficiency, we're already struggling to do 32.5 by 2030. If the greenhouse gases target goes to 50, 55, that target has to increase most way to 40. And this requires really a new set of policy and focus. And the challenge is huge. So there will be a lot of work to be done by policymakers, by the various actors. And it's a big challenge, I would like to say that, but is also needed. So looking forward to working with all of you to bring more policy assessment and knowledge to help going through this major transition. Thank you very much for the very interesting panel and workshop. Thank you.
Thank you, Paolo. Dario.
Okay, from my side, I wish to first highlight the importance of the energy efficiency first principle, both for policymakers, to remind that there is this principle when we design new policies, not for energy efficiency, but for other things, because of course, when you speak about energy efficiency, you remember this principle. And secondly, at business level, And the other thing is that we really need these new business models with change of behaviors, with different way of thinking, also because the fight for changing our world to the fight against carbon emissions is not something the European Union can done by itself. There is the rest of the world. So if we succeed in delivering such new business models, we can really help the rest of the world not to following our own model, but to develop new ones, more sustainable and more efficient. Mm-hmm. And thank you very much for inviting me to this interesting webinar.
Thank you. Any final statement, Patty or Anna? Or are you fine with
and
what
again,
you put forward?
I insist on the fact that the public administration should be the one that push on this, but only if they are prepared. And I'm sorry to say that I do not see them well prepared.
That needs to be taken into account.
Yeah.
Okay, Patty, any final
Io
remarks?
solo ringraziarvi per
Well, I would like to thank you all for taking part in this event. I have to say that there are many lessons to be learned. Not only I would like to thank the speakers, but a number of people who attended. All your contributions were very valuable, and I will pass it on to my colleagues, hoping that this will, in a way, extend our vision in a more sustainable way for our future. Goodbye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Jan, would you say a final word? So I then would like to thank you in the role of the moderator. It has been very instructive and illustrative, and I think it's always good to have this kind of exchange. So let's go for more and let's be optimistic. Thank you.
Yes, thanks, Daniel. Excellent work. Very interesting, even at this stage of the day, which is the tired part usually. I would like to thank, of course, all the panelists during the day. It was a very intense, they're long days. Since 8:30 we started, almost without a break. And also to all the attendees, we were in total maximum registered almost 100 people. So it's a great outcome. And you see, obviously, the online version gives more access to more people. But it's a good idea. And but I would also thank again Patty Labate again for making this happen. This was really a high-level experts workshop on the national level with the Italian Parliament and Senate, and that's exactly the thing that we need, this exchange, Brussels and the national level. That's really, we learned so much. And I can only tell you, you know, we are traveling all parliaments of Europe, and again, each time I learn something new, and I've become very humble for the European Union, how different we are, but also how close we are in the same time. And it's just lovely. It's wonderful. I love this European Union now. I've become emotional, sorry.
You should,
and I love this.
above all today.
Yeah. And I hope, anyways, with all this crazy situation that we get through this. But again, this was the first time that we did such a national parliamentary workshop online. And I'm, with all the little mistakes that happened during the day, I'm very, very happy, to be honest, that you were also disciplined, that everybody was well prepared on time, and so we did pretty well. But again, this was definitely not me organizing all of this, and I would like to bring my two colleagues on video. I hope you're reacting fast. Rachel Hajar and Trilona Stiefny, who are, by the way, both not in Brussels. They are both stuck abroad. Rachel is in Slovakia, and Trilona is also not so far from Rome in Italy. And also our interpreters, Luisa and Marzia. I don't know if you want to be seen. You all did an amazing job. Again, my team, I mean, you see the full EUFORES team here, you know, Rachel, Trilona, all of us. and Marcia and Luisa, you did an excellent job. I have to say,
Ringraziamento. Un ringraziamento.
Yes,
Io ringrazio Giovanni Marconi che veramente...
I really would like to thank Giovanni Marconi, who works with me and really did a great job. And of course, I'm looking forward to inviting you for a coffee and maybe an ice cream next time, in person possibly.
Yes, definitely. No worries. We will be back very soon and hopefully then back in person, even though, of course, we want to do more virtual things in the future, but sometimes you have to hug each other.
Yes.
And that's important.
Absolutely.
So,
Thank you
again for everything. As said, we recorded this, and since it was such an excellent event, we might turn it onto the public side. Thanks for everything. Thanks for a fantastic day. And I wish you now a very relaxed one. Have a glass of fresh wine or whatever and good food. And I see you very soon again. And well, I hope that you stay safe and healthy, which is the most important in these days.
Bye.
Okay. Hug you all. Kiss you all.
Thank you.
Bye bye, my friend.
Ciao.
Ciao. Grazie mille.
Bye.
Ciao.
Bye bye.